very good afternoon. On behalf of BharatShakti.in, I welcome everyone to this afternoon's event. Before I say a few words, may I request the founder and editor-in-chief of BharatShakti.in, Nitin Gokhale, to kindly escort our dignitaries on stage for the inaugural session. Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary, Chief of Air Staff, Lieutenant General Anil Chauhan, Military Advisor, NSCS, Mr. J.D. Patil, Larsen and Toubro, and Mr. Pankaj Sharan, the former Deputy National Security Advisor. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. It is Bharat Shakti's pride and privilege to be hosting the 7th edition of our annual marquee event, the India Defence Conclave 2022. We graduated from the Foreign Defence Attachés Conclave to the India Defence Conclave last year, keeping in view the enhanced scope, restructuring and higher participation level at a global scale. Having received an overwhelming response to our enhanced format last year, we have decided to continue in the same vein. Our focus remains on creating an environment to discuss ways and means of achieving further stability in the larger Indo-Pacific region. Our journey started in 2015 when we launched our digital platform, and through it opened to our followers issues relating to the Indian defense industry and India's quest for indigenization and self-reliance in defense production. We are proud to say that the ranks of our followers have steadily been swelling over the years. In its 7th edition today, our endeavor is to provide all stakeholders in the defense ecosystem a platform for interactive dialogues on boosting defense cooperation through collaboration. This is a reminder to all of you to please keep your mobile phones on silent. You would have all been given a booklet which has the agenda, the names of our speakers and partners. At the back is a QR code. Scanning it will take you to a page where you will have the options to visit all 3 websites, bharatshakti.in, stratnewsglobal.com and nitinagokhale.com. We will take you through 2 technical sessions in addition to the inaugural session. We have an additional special session exclusively for the interaction with the Vice or Deputy Chiefs of all 3 services on the stage together. The agenda is, of course, you can see it in detail in the booklet provided to you. Ms. Maria Didi, Honorable Defence Minister, Republic of Maldives, has graciously taken out time to be a part of today's proceedings. The first technical session will develop on the aspects of India having pretty steep export goals and the capability of the Indian defence industry, both private and public, to achieve this. The second technical session will focus on Atmanirbharta, the major prospects that it throws open and the challenges along the road. In addition to the technical sessions, we will have one-on-one interactions with the Chief of Naval Staff and Chief of Army Staff. The Chief of Air Staff is with us to deliver the inaugural address. We are very happy that this year too, like last year, we are all gathered here to share not just our views and our knowledge, but also our time with each other. The entire program is also being broadcast live on our YouTube channels. Links to each session will be tweeted. I would like to thank our partners, Solar Group, BrahMos Aerospace, Bharat Forge Limited, JSR Dynamics, Lockheed Martin, Zen Technologies, Larsen and Toubro, SM Group of Companies, Modern Asset, Shiva Texian, Bharat Dynamics Limited, Lokesh Machines, Advanced Weapons and Equipment India Limited, Hensoldt, Maharashtra Industrial Defence Corridor, and Tata Advanced Systems. Without you, this event would not have been possible. We also have information kiosks put up by our partners, the companies I just mentioned, and besides them, Aerospace Engineers, AVNL, Goa Shipyard. So please visit them during the breaks, pick up their brochures, stay in touch with them. Let us begin the proceedings now. For the inaugural session, I invite Nitin Gokhale, founder and editor-in-chief of BharatShakti.in, to please welcome this gathering.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I can see that the hall is nearly full, which is very gratifying for us at BharatShakti.in. And also good to see that there is enough interest amongst all defense stakeholders who have gathered here to understand what's happening in the Indian defense industry and the cooperation and collaboration that nations can bring to the table. As you are aware, this is the 7th edition of this gathering. We started very small in 2016. When we started in 2016, we didn't have the clarity on whether there is any permanency to this forum. We thought it's going to be one-off maybe because people may not have a clear idea of what we are trying to achieve. We may not get the support that we were seeking. But thanks to cooperation and support of different stakeholders in the Indian Defence Forces, in our overseas friends, in the form of the foreign defence attaches who form the core of this audience here, and the participants, posted, and they're all posted in India for a tenure. We have managed to survive and gradually expand this forum. We started calling it initially in 2016 as Defence Attaches Conclave, because it was meant for them to understand how the Indian defence industry is developing, progressing, trying to help the Indian Armed Forces achieve self-sufficiency in certain sectors and make India self-reliant in its defence needs. Now that Defence Attaches Conclave from 2021 has become India Defence Conclave, because we gradually expanded the scope of the forum, of the discussions, of the deliberations, and the subjects that we chose to have discussions and having insights from different people. It is a testimony to the resilience of the military and the Ministry of Defence leadership in India, the Indian defence industry, the MSMEs, the small sector, the MSME sector participants, innovators, members of think tanks, but above all, our friends from abroad, all of you defence advisors and defence attaches, and my most efficient, very small but very efficient and effective team, that even at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 and 2021, we could meet in person at this very venue. That, I think, was one of our biggest achievements, because at that point in time in 2020 and 2021, nobody was willing to sort of do in-person meetings or conferences. But it's a testimony to everybody's confidence in this forum that everyone, including the top brass of the military, came here. We could meet in person. The owners and managers of this venue, the Constitution Club of India, deserve our appreciation for their fortitude and efficiency. India is at the cusp of a transformation, embarking on a journey of self-reliance in defense and other critical sectors, as all of you in India, stationed in India, Indians are aware. The path is not easy, as we are discovering every month, every moment, that while the intentions are good, there are hurdles, there are obstacles, there are setbacks to the intention of the government to make India self-reliant, not just in defense, but in other sectors as well, be it digital economy, be it the digital platforms that India is trying to create for itself and for its people. And therefore, we are glad that this forum is growing every year, even if gradually. This year, we have, without compromising on our basic theme, attempted to make the sessions more interesting by ensuring a mix of interactions with India's military top brass and leaders of India's defense manufacturing ecosystem. For us at bharatshakti.in, it is extremely gratifying to note that this edition is likely to witness the maximum attendance from a variety of participants. I am confident that the day-long exchanges today will be as fruitful and outcome-oriented as in every previous edition. Have a great afternoon ahead, and do join us for cocktails and dinner at the conclusion of the conference. That's the way it is designed, so that we can let our hair down a bit after serious deliberations and discussions, and then we look forward to informal exchange of views and get to know each other, meet and greet. That's the intention of the evening cocktails and dinner. So do join us there, do stay on. But before that, we have serious business to discuss. And for that, we have a stalwart panel, not just in the inaugural session, but all the sessions following the inaugural session. Thank you very much once again for being here. I thank all our partners, the venue owners, Constitution Club of India, all of you who have made it here this afternoon, and those who are watching this on YouTube being streamed live. Every session is being streamed live, separately. All the sessions will be available on our YouTube channel. So if some of your colleagues miss it or they want to go back to understand and learn what has been discussed here, they can go back to that. So once again, thank you very much and have a great afternoon ahead.
Thank you, Nitin. It is indeed my privilege to introduce Lieutenant General Anil Chauhan. General Chauhan served as General Officer Commanding-in-Chief Eastern Command since 1st of September 2019. He has also previously served as the Director General of Military Operations of the Indian Army. Currently, he is Military Advisor, National Security Council Secretariat. I invite General Chauhan to deliver a talk on national security and collaborative approach.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking Shri Nitin Gokhale, founder Bharat Shakti, who has given me this opportunity to speak to you on this inaugural session of this India Defence Conclave. And that goes without saying that it gives me great pleasure to be here amidst you all. As the lady has said, that I'll be expressing my views on a collaborative approach towards national security. We all are aware that the expanding dimensions of the concept of national security. In this new paradigm, conventional threats are only a larger part of the challenges that face a nation and needs to be addressed under the whole ambit of national security. When we look at national security, a state would be looking at a range of traditional and non-traditional threats that impinge upon the security of the state. However, it is equally important to understand as to what a state is attempting to secure. In my view, we are looking at three important things which constitute a state. First is the territory that defines a state. Second is the people that constitute the state, whether they live within the state or outside its boundaries. And the ideology on which a state is based and the values it promotes. In an agrarian society of yesteryears, land was important. Hence, a couple of generations back, the prime focus of national security was probably to protect land. That is, to maintain the territorial integrity of the state. But the transformation from a feudal order to a modern society expanded the concept of national security, probably to protect the ideology and the value system of the state. But if you look at past history, while protecting the land or the territorial integrity or the ideology of a state, that was at the altar of human beings actually, and millions were lost in the world wars actually. But today, people form the most important constituent of the state, and human security, the well-being of the population, has got prominence. Most of the non-traditional threats a nation faces today, like energy security, financial security, ecological or environmental security, illegal immigration, drugs, narcotics, human trafficking, etc., are, in a manner, larger part of protecting the population and their interests. The expanding and complex nature of threats to the three prominent constituents that form a state, that is the land, people, and ideology, calls for a collaborative kind of an approach. This collaborative approach is encapsulated in the concept of DIME, where diplomatic, informational, military, and economic elements of a nation power are used to provide comprehensive national security. But if we look at a larger level, then the security of a state should be the responsibility of the citizens which constitute the state, and it should be the responsibility of each and every citizen. So in the current context, if we see, there are a large number of civil society organizations, think tanks, etc., which are also concerned and work towards the security of the state. The Bharat Shakti platform, run by Shri Nitin Gokhale, is one such example, involving all citizens of the state in national security architecture. It's a utopian kind of an idea, but increasingly we find that large number of columnists, writers, thinkers expressing their views on national security, which some manner or the other aids towards national security. Hence, a collaborative approach for national security in future would expand beyond the concept of dime, where the formal structures of the government, that is diplomatic, military, informational and economic, would get mixed with, say, quasi-government or a right-thinking private enterprises, all fusing their efforts towards national security. So where does that leave the formal structures which the government has created for providing its security? In my view, these formal structures and organizations are not only responsible, but actually would be accountable when the time comes. So that is a big difference between these formal structures and otherwise. Otherwise, this expanding concept of national security will involve larger than the formal structures. Having spoken about the expanding scope of national security and the need for a collaborative approach, it would be not out of place to put India's defense conclave in context, especially from the point of view of the conventional challenges that India faces and mitigation strategies. India's security challenges, especially in the domain of conventional threats, are shaped by a number of factors. The geography of a nation, the history of evolution of our borders, the emerging geopolitical environment, and the rapid advances in technology. The first two, that's the geography and history, were normally considered as constant in the past. But if you look today, history is being interpreted differently by different nations. And if you look at the geographies, the physical geography as well as the human geography is transforming actually. For example, it could be in Xinjiang, Tibet, South China Sea. Geopolitical environment and technologies, they are by nature subject to change. But what is probably catches us off guard is the current speed at which they are changing. Technological advances are ushering in new arenas and methods of combat, which are actually influencing the outcome of conflicts and the larger direction of the course of a war. To meet these challenges may require efforts of more than one nation. This again calls for a collaborative approach among like-minded people and nations. The defense conclave being organized today by Bharat Shakti is probably looking at tangible elements that contribute towards national security. That's the military hardware and its manufacturing. Well, we all are aware that in defense manufacturing, the government is looking at self-reliance and Atmanirbharta. Both these words have a special meaning. In self-reliance will only come when we know about self, that is the oneself. And in Atmanirbharta, the Atma, or the soul of the concept, is the whole concept of actually Atmanirbharta. And it's around this soul that the metaphysical word of the human beings revolves. India's strategic autonomy, or the freedom of choices which it exercises, can only be fulfilled if we are able to reduce foreign dependency. But Make in India or Atmanirbharta does not mean that foreign OEMs have no place in India. Rather, they'll have to adapt to new business rules or models. The Make in India encourages not only Indian entrepreneurs, but also envisages establishment of joint ventures between foreign OEMs, Indian industry, whether it is private or government owned. And this would meet the requirements of us and like-minded nations. So these are the three small aspects of a collaborative approach which I thought I will convey to you, and that is towards achieving of national security. And at the end, I would like to thank Nitin Gokhale once again and Bharat Shakti for inviting me. I wish the conclave grand success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I would now like to introduce Mr. J.D. Patil. Mr. Patil is a member of the Executive Council of Management and advisor to the CEO and MD for Larsen & Toubro's defense business and new age smart technology businesses. He has served on the board of Larsen & Toubro as a whole-time director and senior executive vice president. He is a member of the board of trustees of the L&T Employee Trust. I now call Sri J.D. Patil to give his perspective of the Indian defense industry.
Thank you. Thank you, Nilanjana. I must say we are proud to be here in the 7th year. When Nitin Gokhale started this conclave, in different name as he mentioned, Lassen Tobro was there from the 1st to the 7th, and of course I believe till the time Nitin continues this, he'll find a support from many of us from industry, including that of L&T. We have seen this conclave grow. I would say probably the first conclave would be less than 1/3 of the population that's there today. And Nitin tells me today he has had 80 countries represented right in this hall in the form of defense attaches. And I just told Nitin, we need to possibly pass on a word. The others who have a embassy in India and not here probably are missing out something. India is, as he said, very rightly said, we are on the cusp of complete change. This is something which didn't begin just 1 or 2 years back. For India, a very major strategic step that we took was in the year 2001, when India decided that we're going to allow private sector as an equal player in the defense production and the entire value chain associated with defense production. Now, today, if I look at from that day, it's exactly 2 decades. From the day officially the licensing began in 2002, and as an industry, we are allowed to play in the industry an equal role as the government-owned sector. We've seen the policies evolve. And as we heard from Janet Chauhan, there's a complete metamorphosis we sort of engaged on to and committed to in the form of, at the beginning, in the form of Make in India, and now next higher version of it, what we call the self-reliance or the Atmanirbhar. Now, an India which for decades remained one of the largest importers of defense equipment, and from that we are gradually changing. We are no longer the largest, but we still are among the largest defense importers. And this is essentially when it becomes extremely important for someone of India's size and the kind of importance India is getting in the entire world. We become now the 5th largest economy in the world. At that stage, one has to take stock as to what are we doing and what we need to be doing. And this is essentially the concept of Atmanirbhar, where an India, a resurgent one, now decides that we want to do things on our own. The era of going out, getting technologies, and then building things here, and never been able to thereafter do the version 2, Mark 2, Mark 3 is out. And of course, there's an enormous confidence that we want to do things on our own. We've seen last 7-8 years policies evolve, and those policy evolution meant that there's a sudden recognition that there's an enormous amount of talent this country has, and this talent can actually come up and without any hindrance be allowed to take part in defense production. And there are very few significant steps that the country took from that day. If I look at, we brought in what is I call it the 0th category of acquisition. And 0th because before you define the first, there's still something, and that's the fundamental principle on which the acquisition in India today is decided. And this is where India is building its own enormous capabilities to be able to take these to other countries, not only to sell, but actually to grant those capabilities to those nations where India and the country decides that we have something in common, we have something to share, and this is essentially we'll not only sell, but we'll grant those capabilities to some of those nations. Now, the indigenously designed, developed, and manufactured, as I keep calling the zeroth category, that's essentially where we started saying that if there's anyone in India who has an ability to get into fundamental technology development, to product, to proving the complete equipment systems, platforms, and then producing them. Now, this is essentially where a serious, I would say, redefining of ourselves is what India began. And from that point, when we start looking at typically next 6-7 years down the line, we've seen it grow. We've seen it grow in terms of capacities, in terms of capabilities, in terms of industry size, in terms of the budget allocations which are there. We remember the first 3 years of the government in between 14, 15, 16. India actually had a budget allocations which were just about 1/3 for the Indian industry and 2/3 for varieties of reasons. We can get into details as a matter of as Nitin said, over the cocktails. But for varieties of reasons, the statistics has it first 3 years, we just had 35% which was spent physically out of the ministry's budget in terms of a capital budget I'm talking of, in terms of acquiring Indian equipment. Today, it is exactly a double of that. It's 68% allocated on the budget. The budget itself is today twice of what it was 6 years back. So we've seen typically 4 times growth in the physical allocation of what Government of India says I'll buy from an industry, and that's essentially where a change is visible. Now, it also means that that 3 times extra that we created, now sizable part of it is based on the indigenous knowledge know-how. When you have indigenous knowledge know-how, call it the IP, then you truly are in a position not only to do it for yourself, but you are also in a position to grant that knowledge know-how, skills to those countries who you believe are your true friends. There are multiple examples, without naming the countries I can talk of. A country which doesn't have a certain capability and you say that I can grant it to you, you approach the Ministry of Defence, and there's obviously a process through the varieties of multiple government departments sitting together. Should it get cleared, there are cases where a specific capability, not just the platform, but how to build a platform of that kind, those capabilities have actually been granted to this friendly nation. So when we are talking of an event of this nature, and there's so much of presence of DAs of different countries that are present, we are not talking of development of India, we are not talking of development of an industry in India. We are talking of working together. We are here to talk about strategic tie-ups, strategic teaming and collaborations, which essentially are going to take to a completely next level. We believe, having actually been a player in the industry and as a whole industry, we've seen that today most of what India's needs are, we actually can create them indigenously. Now, this is where the government also believes and trusts that what industry says makes sense, and in that sense, the Indian industry today has emerged the 6th arm, and I keep calling the 6th arm of defense, essentially the strategic 5 arms we all know, the 3 armed forces, the space and cyber, and then there's a 6th arm, which essentially grants a very special capability to a nation, and that's essentially the military industrial complex. Now, this is exactly where we see in India, just about 7-8 years later, talking of with confidence, we can do things here. And it's not a hollow statement. One, the budget allocations, as I talked about, having physically in terms of money become 4x. Besides, we actually are seeing that what the government has cleared for acquisition, and there's a process in India called categorization. If we look at the categorization, it's more than 80% in favor of buying from India or an Indian player. Now, this is where the dynamics completely changes. We are clearly talking of a certain growth rate being maintained for year-on-year growth in our defense preparedness, modernization budgets being allocated, and we see it doubling typically every 5 years. Now, this is a kind of a market we are in, but this market today has learned that we are not going to be growing on the basis of imports, but this is a market which is going to grow based on its own capabilities, its own strengths, and these strengths are here to be shared. These strengths are here to be taken to other places, and that's essentially where it makes an enormous difference for all of us here in India to welcome a whole lot of you who are present here. We can talk specifics, details. Some of us, of course, in the industry are present right in the hall. Nitin is always a great friend and a great connect, and with what he does through Strat News as well as Bharat Shakti, reaches out to very wide population in India, and of course, this conference and a conclave is one of his big contributions of bringing the industry and the defense attaches together. So, given today, we actually see an India which is completely changing its approach to the world. I recall the days exactly 7 years back, we did not have an export policy. We were discouraged as industry to export anything, and this is exactly the scenario that changed over the last 8 years. Today, we are someone who have, if I remember right, just a decade back, we used to export 300 crores, which is not even a fraction of $1 million. We are talking of less than what? 30 million, $40 million kind of an export of a country as a whole. We are today knocking at very, very close to 1.6 billion. We entered the CIPRI list. We are 23rd on the list, but I believe next year when the list is published, is going to show a number which is substantially higher. We are here essentially to say we are friends. We are friends in need. We are friends who can work together to make relationships happen. We are here to protect each other. One has never seen India wanting to go and attack anyone, and this is an assertion which our chiefs, one after another, multiple of them, having always made that statement. We are here to look after our interests. We are here to look after interests of our friends, because that's exactly where the strategic autonomy begins, and that's exactly where we see India emerging with those friendships into a different set of position and a power. Welcome to this conference, 7th year. I'm sure we'll see the 70th year of this conference going forward, and hopefully we start seeing more and more of presence right in this hall, and that's essentially where we can take our relationships to a different level. India is here, as I said, as someone who is willing to share, partner, and do things together. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Very encouraging and very positive thoughts. May I now introduce Mr. Pankaj Sharan, former Deputy National Security Advisor of India. Mr. Sharan joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1982. He has served at Indian missions in Moscow, Washington, D.C., Cairo, and Dhaka. He was the Indian High Commissioner to Bangladesh in 2015, when the historic India-Bangladesh Land Boundary Agreement was ratified by the Parliament of India. On the 29th of May 2018, he was appointed by the Cabinet as the Deputy National Security Advisor of India. And now, I request Mr. Sharan to share his thoughts about India and the Indian Ocean.
Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking my good friend Nitin for inviting me for this conclave, and also to congratulate him for hosting this event, which is getting bigger and bigger every year. And this symbolizes the success of the idea that he initiated. So, the subject for my remarks is India and the Indian Ocean. So I thought I would just place a few perspectives before this audience to put the subject in some focus and give it a framework. I'm of course very glad that he's asked me to speak on the Indian Ocean, because this fits in with the renewed interest of the government and the rest of the country in the Indian Ocean and its littoral states. And therefore, the presence today also of Her Excellency, the Defense Minister of the Maldives, is a very good sign. I think the Indian renewed focus on the Indian Ocean is triggered by two imperatives. The first is the economic imperative, and the second is the strategic imperative. On the economic side, I think as India grows in the future, and if we grow at the rate we are growing today, and today we are at about $3 trillion, we can reasonably expect a doubling of the Indian GDP in the next 5-6 years. And coupled with that is going to be the fact that India will become the largest country in the world in terms of population. So these are very powerful drivers of India's focus on the Indian Ocean. The second, of course, is the strategic imperative. And here we are all aware of the rise of new powers close to us and surrounding us. So if we add the two, then it follows that the Indian Ocean is going to become increasingly salient in the Indian strategic matrix. And in some senses, this focus on the Indian Ocean is taking us back to where India was before the British colonial period and the historical linkages that we had with the littorals and the non-littoral states. The Indian focus on the Indian Ocean is quite evident if we were to simply aggregate the various initiatives taken by the government, by different departments, and try to order them in some fashion. I would just highlight a few of them to prove the point. The first indication of the current government that they would like to turn the radar to the maritime domain and probably make some strategic correction, if one can use that phrase, was in 2015. That was within a year of the new government coming in, when the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, went to Mauritius and he announced the Sagar project or the Sagar framework from Mauritius. And this was followed soon after by the unveiling of the Sagar Mala, or the port-led development strategy of the country. And this was something which the coastal states and the coastal community, and of course the Indian Navy and the Coast Guard, were extremely happy about, because he had his own personal experience as the Chief Minister of Gujarat, where he actually saw what impact the coast can make to India's national power. So following from there, we saw various other developments taking place, which led to the creation of institutions within the country, which kind of moved this focus forward. So for example, in 2018, the first Indian Ocean Fusion Center was unveiled. So today that IFC IOR is 4 years old. It has international presence, international partners, and it is set to expand even further. So the idea that not only should India be able to increase its maritime domain awareness, but also collaborate with friendly partners, was actually symbolized in the IFC IOR. Then the next step that was taken by the government was the joining of the Combined Maritime Force in Bahrain just a year ago. So this again was a proposal that had been in the pipeline for many, many years, and the government finally decided that the time had come for India to become a member of the CMF. Around the same time, India also was successful in becoming an observer of the Indian Ocean Commission in the southwestern part of the Indian Ocean, and for which we are grateful to France. And we also at the same time increased our outreach to the Vanilla Islands, to Mozambique and that region. And so what we see actually is that the Indian focus on the Indian Ocean is visible in all parts of the ocean, whether we look at the northwest, the southwest, the central, or the eastern side of the Indian Ocean. So everywhere we see the footprint is gradually increasing. Then in 2020, with the collaboration of our partners, we upgraded the erstwhile India, Sri Lanka, Maldives trilateral between the national security advisors. And a year ago, it was converted into the Colombo Security Conclave. And it continued to be at the level of the NSAs, but we also added the Mauritius into this grouping. And we have one or two observers, including Bangladesh. And this conclave is actually gone well beyond maritime security to discuss all aspects of security, whether it is cyber or whether it is narcotics or whether it is human smuggling, etc. Last year, in another major reform which had been stuck for many, many years, the Government of India approved the creation of the National Maritime Security Coordinator. And this office is housed in the National Security Council Secretariat. So this again was a major initiative which again underscored the importance that the government attached to a holistic treatment of all forms of maritime security. Again, in 2021, the government launched the Deep Ocean Mission. Again, it's a big project. It's got huge resource allocations, and this again exhibited the importance attached to the need to actually seriously begin exploiting the Indian economic zone and discovering and exploring and surveying. And this project is now underway. We also know, of course, that last month or earlier this month, the Prime Minister commissioned the Indian aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, which was indigenously developed. So this again is a major force multiplier and a great boost for the Indian manufacturing industry and manufacturing capabilities. We also know that there is movement forward on the issue of the development of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And there are various proposals that are now making much faster progress than they have made in the past, both in terms of an airport, a container terminal, a township, etc. So this is again something which had not happened for the last many, many years. I think we also saw a demonstration of the Indian interest and the Indian perspective of the Indian Ocean during the pandemic, and the way the Indian Navy functioned both in 2021 and 2022 indicated that the Indian Ocean was actually not just a route for commerce and trade or energy supplies, but it also is the platform to merge and to integrate India with its near and not so near neighbors. And the capabilities shown at that time by the Indian Navy were very, very significant. And all the littorals and others actually saw these capabilities at work. Apart from all this, I think what we are also seeing is a much more engaged India with the littorals and the non-littorals of the Indian Ocean. So for example, since we have a high-level representation from the Maldives, we know that different kinds of projects are currently either concluded or in the process of execution in the Maldives, and this includes the Utturu Thilafalu Harbour Development Project, and there are many other projects relating to connectivity in the Maldives, etc. India is also moving forward, as I mentioned, with Mozambique. A high-level delegation had gone last year to discuss security aspects with the Mozambican government. We have also increased our engagement with Indonesia, with Japan, and of course, France is one of our oldest partners when it comes to the Indian Ocean. So all in all, I think these facts and developments are a reflection of the fact that the Indian Ocean today is occupying a much greater space in the Indian strategic mindset than it has ever done in the past. And this is going to increase in the future. As far as the future challenges, I think, are concerned, I think it is important and it is understood that India must ensure its dominant natural role in the Indian Ocean that derives from its geography and its history. We will also be seen to be much more engaged with the littoral states, as I mentioned to you, a few of them, but there will be many more such engagements and concrete projects which will be unfolding. And of course, I think we also have to focus on the emerging non-traditional threats which previous speakers have spoken about, including ensuring much better maritime domain awareness, focus on the internal stability of some of the states which surround the Indian Ocean and which are faced with their own unique problems of economic or ethnic difficulties, and other challenges such as, for example, IUU fishing or dual-use platforms that are being injected into the Indian Ocean, etc. So the trend is very clear about where the Indian Ocean is increasingly fitting into a broader strategic landscape. And I have no doubt that this is going to continue in the future. And my last point is that this is a subset, but it's a critical subset as far as India is concerned, of the larger Indo-Pacific strategic framework that we are currently engaged in and we are a party to. But within that bigger framework, there is no doubt that as far as India is concerned, the Indian Ocean occupies primacy. So thank you very much once again. Thank you, Nitin, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We will now have the address by Her Excellency, Ms. Maria Didi, the Defense Minister of Maldives. The Minister has led a very determined and tangible mission to professionalize, modernize, and depoliticize the nation's defense forces, with a view to restoring confidence in the Maldives National Defense Force and fortifying civil-military relations. Could we please play her message coming up on your screen? Audio. Yeah, we'll start again, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ministers, service chiefs, industry leaders, members of BSI, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. Let me begin by thanking the organizers of the Indian Defence Conclave 2022. It gives me the opportunity to share my thoughts on your theme, Defence Cooperation through Collaboration. It is very topical and timely. The Indian Ocean region has the largest number of ungoverned maritime space. This leads to nefarious elements operating undetected. No country can alone ensure its own security interests. For lasting peace, it is imperative that countries cooperate to deal with the common threats they face. From a strategic point of view, I believe the Indian Ocean region is the next global frontier for competition. Although some pre-existing or natural geopolitical fault lines keep re-emerging in Europe and parts of Asia, it is the Indian Ocean region and accessibility to this maritime space that will be at the front and center of global geopolitics. I am mindful that I am addressing a highly intelligent and informed audience. I am sure all of us here would agree that no single power can dominate this space. A determining factor will be the role major powers play to ensure a free, open, safe and secure Indian Ocean. I wholeheartedly believe that India as a leading power has a larger role to play. It is imperative for the community of Indian Ocean nations to ensure that a coordinated effort is made to keep the Indian Ocean rules-based and conflict-free. We must respect each other's aspirations and concerns and share a common desire to maintain Indian Ocean as a global common and a source for nations to prosper and achieve their full potential. The question that is before us is how do we foster cooperation and increase collaboration in such a competitive era when the stakes are so high? I would like to say that defense cooperation should not just be a concept. It should not be stuck in bureaucracy. It should be action-oriented, promptly executed, and results-based. A key aspect of cooperation should be for larger nations to tailor their engagements to the specific needs of their smaller partners. It is paramount that larger powers keep the discourse and engagements relevant to the needs of their smaller partners. A case on point is the Honorable Prime Minister Modi's swift action in providing COVID vaccines under the Sagar policy to its neighbors. Many of the strategic priorities of smaller nations revolve in the non-traditional security realm. If there is a disconnect between the benefits of the defense cooperation relationship and the most pressing challenges of the smaller nations, it is likely that the smaller nations will look elsewhere for help. Larger nations should not assume that having the greatest military might make them the most favored or feared. It is how the relationship is managed that matters most. For resource-challenged smaller nations, defense and security requirements compete with economic and socio-political interests. Understanding the interplay of this mix of dynamics is important while dealing with smaller nations. No nation should expect from another nation to cooperate on security matters alone if that nation is not engaged with the other in areas they perceive as essential or critical. If major powers are not interested in the economic prosperity of smaller nations, its aspirations, its safety and well-being, its social harmony, or the political aspirations, the smaller nation as a reliable security partner. I admire India's drive to make the Colombo Security Conclave a substantive security entity. We would very much like to see it develop and grow into a robust response element powered by our collective competence and alignment of interests. Initially, we started the Colombo Security Conclave with 4 pillars of cooperation, which are security oriented. However, we agreed to add HADR as a pillar of cooperation because for countries like the Maldives, HADR is not just a civil defense matter but a security matter. I believe we should invest in responsive and flexible partnerships such as the CSC while working within bilateral and multilateral cooperation frameworks. India and Maldives share a unique relationship. Bilateral relations will remain our strongest bond. As the Excellencies President Ibrahim Mohammed, Prime Minister Narendra Modi reiterated during President Solih's recent visit to India, the Maldives-India Defence and Security Partnership is time-tested and is the leading example of regional cooperation. This partnership is a force for stability in the Indian Ocean region. We believe India understands our unique challenges and needs. Our relationship is based on mutual trust. It is a relationship that is evolving, and defense cooperation is central to that relationship. I am confident that our defense and security partnership will only grow stronger in the future. In any collaborative effort, trust and information are key. We must be willing to share pertinent information that is substantive, and information the other finds useful. Let me conclude my remarks by saying we are always stronger together. Participative, inclusive, and open forums to discuss our shared challenges and prospective solutions contribute to collaboration and understanding the unique requirements for continued cooperation. Once again, thank you for the opportunity, and I wish everyone a productive day ahead and a successful conclave. Wassalamu alaikum and thank you.
Ms. Maria Didi graciously took out time to send out that message. It is now my honor to introduce Air Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary, India's Chief of Air Staff. Air Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary took office on the 30th of September 2021. The air officer has flown various aircraft and is experienced on MiG-21, MiG-23MF and MiG-29 and has flown over 3,800 hours. He was a member of the first aerobatic team on Kirans. The Air Chief Marshal has been instrumental in enhancing operational capability in all his appointments and roles in the Indian Air Force. Sir, I welcome you to the podium and request you to deliver the inaugural address.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me begin by congratulating Nitin Gokhale and his team at Bharat Shakti for organizing this conclave in pursuance of defense R&D and manufacturing ecosystem in India. I know it is siesta time for some people, but I hope you will bear with me for the next few minutes. It gives me pleasure also to be here to share my thoughts on an extremely topical subject, especially given the prevalent global security scenario. A broad scan of the global security and the political landscape will reveal that in the last few years, the world has generally been in a flux when it comes to geopolitics, rising tensions between global powers, fragile states falling prey to the power game, increase in extremist ideologies, and transnational terrorism are some of the bigger challenges that the world is facing today. The current landscape is marked by growing polarization and a shift in the global center of gravity from the West to the Indo-Pacific. And this region is now becoming the hotbed of contest between dominant powers. India too has a very high stake in security, peace and stability in this region. The impact of the ongoing conflict in Ukraine is being felt the world over. The world is staring at an economic recession, with many smaller countries already facing the brunt of political and economic instability caused by hyperinflation. In this environment, India continues to be an outlier, as our economy has shown a robust recovery. However, the security environment in our neighborhood remains far from ideal. Therefore, our economic progress needs to be complemented by a mirroring trajectory of homegrown military capabilities. Rapid economic growth has allowed countries to invest heavily into military technology and associated research and development. There have been attempts by various power centers to enhance their outreach in vulnerable and vacated spaces in economic, technological, and military domains. India, as a responsible power, is committed to enhancing cooperation and collaboration with the objectives of sustainability, inclusiveness, economic growth, and security in the Indo-Pacific. The Indian Armed Forces in general and the Indian Air Force in particular have been first responders to any developing crisis in the region. The Indian Air Force, with its enhanced reach and mobility, has always been committed to providing succor and relief to all those affected by natural disasters or even black swan events like the COVID-19. Given the political scenario prevalent today, it is imperative for the Indian Air Force to enhance its capabilities across the conventional, sub-conventional and non-conventional domains. Air power is extremely sensitive to technology. As we speak, new technologies, platforms, weapon systems, and forms of warfare are being conceptualized which have the potential of making the existing inventory less relevant or even redundant. Our adversaries have developed full spectrum capabilities across multiple domains, which can be brought to bear upon us in case of any escalation or even in a no war, no peace situation. Today, we are faced with a wide variety of threats, but the distinct challenge lies in the convergence into hybrid wars. To counter such threats, we need to build and maintain a technological edge over our adversaries. This makes indigenous R&D and production, be it of platforms, sensors, weapons, or networking, very critical for future capability building. In addition, the ongoing Ukraine conflict has demonstrated that technological capability needs to be complemented by combat sustenance. Therefore, our domestic defense industries need to adopt the twin mantras of quality and scalability to meet the requirements of the armed forces in any future conflict. We have renewed our focus on attaining self-reliance in defense manufacturing and are helping the industry in building indigenous systems. Towards this, as a part of the Atmanirbhar Bharat campaign, we are pursuing indigenous production of fighters, transport and trainer aircraft, along with helicopters and unmanned aerial platforms. The recent approval for the design and development of the LCA Mark II will give further impetus to our indigenous fighter aircraft manufacturing capability. The vast manufacturing ecosystem around the LCA project will continue to benefit from the infusion of fresh funds. The expertise gained during the project will serve as a feeder for future projects like the AMCA. From the time we were totally dependent on foreign vendors for precision air-to-ground as well as air-to-air weapons, we have now evolved to a stage where our indigenous capability in specialist weapons has reached a place where we have now started integrating them onto our fighter aircraft. Our future inductions should aim for a system with key components such as the sensors, seekers, and radar technology being sourced from within the country. We are gradually moving towards our objective by maximizing the indigenous specialist weapon content in our inventory. The Indian Air Force today can be proud of claiming that the entire range of its current inductions of ground-based radars is indigenously designed and manufactured. After the successful operationalization of the AEWC system on the Embraer platform, we have now taken the next step of going in for indigenously developing 6 AEWC systems on the Airbus 321 aircraft. Besides this, certain critical operational support systems such as the Air Force Network or the AFNet, the IACCS, our logistics management system, the EMALS, our comprehensive maintenance management system, the EMMS, are all completely homegrown. We have also launched major indigenization drive for sustenance of all our aircraft fleets and other systems. To put it in perspective, over the last 2 decades, we have progressed towards self-reliance by indigenizing more than 48,000 spares through active interaction between our base repair depots and the MSMEs. The ongoing indigenization drive, coupled with other perspective plans, forms the most comprehensive roadmap towards achieving Atmanirbharta. It is my belief that this will prove to be the growth engine for India's domestic aerospace manufacturing capability. Indigenization in defense is an important factor that will enable us to exercise strategic autonomy and pursue independent strategic thinking. India is also willing to support its partners in the region to help them meet their security challenges. The deal with Philippines to induct the BrahMos anti-ship missiles and the MOU towards export of the light combat aircraft, the light combat helicopter and the light utility helicopter are testimony to India's commitment to our partners in the region. The push for self-reliance by the government has increased the integrated approach within the Air Force, the public sector undertakings and the private companies, and this has a huge economic spin-off. For example, we were at the forefront by starting the Meher Baba competition to tap the potential for developing swarm drone technology within the country. As was mentioned by Dr. Saran, the defense budget of any developing nation will have to compete with other equally pressing development and welfare needs, and we are no exception. At the same time, it is heartening to see that 68% of capital acquisition budget, which amounts to almost 85,000 crores, has been earmarked for a domestic industry with the intent of speeding up growth of defense R&D and the manufacturing ecosystem in the country. Collaboration of defense and industry would enable the latter to switch from know-how mode to the know-why mode and better understand the nuances of product requirements of the defense forces. Joint ventures of Indian companies with OEMs for producing defense equipment will go a long way in bringing niche technologies to India and enhance the capability of our manufacturing firms. These policies and initiatives have contributed effectively to our defense preparedness and also given a boost to the indigenous defense industry. The result is for all of us to see with the success of partnerships which have brought us the BrahMos, the MRSAM, and coming up is the C295 project. Collaboration could be of many kinds. Collaboration with DPSUs and private industry, collaboration with friendly foreign countries and their manufacturing ecosystems, and finally, collaboration with our academia and institutes of technology and science. The bottom line being that we need a definitive impetus to be given to defense research, development, and manufacturing within the country for sustenance. Let me assure you that the Indian Air Force will always be at the forefront of any collaborative efforts. And we have recently strengthened our Directorate of Aerospace Design at Air Headquarters, which will be the single point of contact for interaction between industry and the Air Force. I take this opportunity to welcome the Indian industry to visit Air Force bases and see how we can move forward on a path of transformation. We are open to receiving suggestions and together moving forward in our quest for Atmanirbharta. With these thoughts, I wish the conclave a success for mapping the transformational changes and for exploring areas of collaboration in defense to effectively contain the emerging threats. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Air Chief Marshal Chaudhary, for sharing your thoughts with us. With that, we come to the end of the inaugural session. May I please request Mr. Nitin Gokhale to present mementos to our dignitaries on stage. A memento to Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary, Chief of Air Staff. And we are all for the environment. So little plants being given to General Anil Chauhan, Military Advisor NSCS. Mr. Pankaj Sharan, former Deputy National Security Advisor. And Mr. J.D. Patil, Larsen and Toubro. Thank you very much. Can we quickly have a photograph? May I request the editor of BharatShakti.in, Brigadier S.K. Chatterjee, to please propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Nilanjana. Well, I'll keep it very brief, the vote of thanks. First of all, on behalf of all of us here at BharatShakti.in, I would like to thank every one of you who's present over there. You're the ones who are making this conclave a success. I would also like to thank individually the speakers of our inaugural session. First and foremost, Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary, Chief of Air Staff, Lieutenant General Anil Chauhan, Military Advisor to NSCS, Mr. J.D. Patil, Larsen Toubro, and Mr. Pankaj Sharan, former Deputy National Security Advisor. I would also like to give a special thanks to Ms. Madam Maria Didi, Defense Minister of Maldives, for having been so gracious as to send a recorded message for all of us. I would also like to thank our partners. Nilanjana has already gone into the details of them when she started the whole morning. herself. Of course, at the end of the seminar, I will also be thanking them in detail. Thank you so much.
We will now take a tea break for 15 minutes, and also this is an opportunity for all of you to visit the kiosks, especially our dignitaries who are on stage right now. The kiosks have been very painstakingly put up by our partners. I request you to please visit the kiosks, pick up their brochures, keep in touch with them. Like I said, I will see you in exactly 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. brief but refreshing tea break. I hope you managed to visit some of the kiosks at least. We have two more, we have another, in fact, another longer high tea later in the evening. So I'm sure you will be able to visit the kiosks and interact with the kiosk personnel and representatives then as well. But right now we need to get on with the business of the day. I request all of you to please come back and start settling down. We're about to start the first technical session of the event. Is Indian industry ready for achieving export goals? That is the first technical session of India Defence Conclave 2022. The moderator for this session is Brigadier S.K. Chatterjee, retired, the editor of bharatshakti.in. Brigadier Chatterjee, I request you to please come up on stage while I announce and introduce your other panelists one by one. From BrahMos Aerospace, Group Captain M.K. Srivastav, retired. Group Captain Srivastav is a graduate in mechanical engineering who was commissioned in the Indian Air Force in 1987. He has worked on various platforms, MiG-29, Sukhoi 30, MKI, and approximately 30 years. He has a vast understanding of various fighter planes available within the Air Force. He has been working with BrahMos Aerospace for about 10 years. He has been instrumental in the integration of BrahMos missile on the Sukhoi 30 MKI aircraft. Under his able leadership, BrahMos missile was successfully flight tested from the Sukhoi 30 MKI aircraft. Group Captain M.K. Srivastav, thank you very much. Welcome to the panel. I call upon Rear Admiral Sanjay Mishra, retired, Vice President of Solar Group. His core competencies include tactics and warfare, maritime security, threat assessment and analysis, net assessment, international relations, operational arts, strategic management, organizational behavior, supply chain management, and financial management. He has project management experience of various infrastructure-related and business development-related projects, including transfer of technology, risk analysis, and risk mitigation. Rear Admiral Mishra, thank you very much for joining us on this panel. May I now call upon Shri Deepak Gupta, Executive Director, Gun Carriage Factory, Jabalpur, which is a unit of Advanced Weapons and Equipment India Limited. Advanced Weapons and Equipment India Limited, or the AWEIL, is a newly formed defense public sector unit carved out of the erstwhile Ordnance Factory Board on the 1st of October 2021. Shri Gupta joined the erstwhile Ordnance Factory Board in 1989 and has since then served in various capacities in weapon production and development. He is a known small arms expert and has also completed gun system design course from Cranfield University, United Kingdom. He was also involved in the successful completion of confidence firing and induction of Dhanush gun system in the Indian Army. Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for taking out the time to join us on the panel. Our next panelist is Mr. Arun T. Ramchandani, Executive Vice President and Head, Larsen & Toubro Defence, Larsen & Toubro Limited. Mr. Ramchandani is a recognized technology professional and defence industry specialist. He has worked extensively on the design and development of critical equipment and new products for the defence and aerospace business segment with specific expertise in systems engineering and multidisciplinary systems design and simulations. Mr. Ramchandani, thank you very much for joining us on the panel and for taking out the time. And our final panelist is Mr. Ashok Atluri, Chairman and Managing Director, Zen Technologies Limited. Mr. Atluri co-founded Zen in 1993. Zen has been designing, developing, and manufacturing high-end training simulators for the past 2 decades. Almost 100% of the technology used in the land simulators has been developed in-house. He is an active angel investor. He has invested in about 10 companies till now. Mr. Atluri firmly believes that we need much more than Make in India. He advocates design, develop, and Make in India. Before I hand over the session to the moderator, I would like to just quickly announce that Sanjay Jaju, the Additional Secretary, Department of Defense Production, Ministry of Defense, is going to join us live from Paris. Of course, to introduce him quickly, he is an IAS officer who has worked in diverse areas earlier, like urban infrastructure, civil supplies, and education. And he has been an ardent advocate of information technology for development and governance. He is busy in an event in Paris, but during the course of the session, he will be joining us live. So, Brigadier Chatterjee, I will be interrupting the session then, and we will hear his remarks. But for now, I hand over the session to you. Can we have a round of applause, please, before we start the session? For our panelists and moderator, thank you very much. Brigadier Chatterjee, over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome you all to the first technical session. And we're going to be primarily talking about exports, as Nilanjana has just explained to all of you. Like she's also put it across that in between we'll have Mr. Jaju coming up. He was actually supposed to give the opening remarks, but then we will fit him in as and when he comes up. He's out there in Paris, like you know. First and foremost, welcome to all my panelists, and a lot of them are known faces, and some of them not so familiar as yet. But it's nice to have you, and having heard all that was talked about the CVs of these gentlemen over here, I look like a 0-watt bulb, you know, totally in the shadows. But then I'll try and steer them because they need somebody like me to, when they have so much of talent, somebody like me to steer them, an average guy. So that's that. Let's get on with the preliminaries first, and by then I guess Mr. Jaju will be joining us. I will request the panelists one by one to kindly give us a little bit about, of course, your appointment, your company, your product range, and your any export endeavors that you've done so far, or you have something in the pipeline which you might export. Some of you may not have exported. Shall we start from the extreme left?
Thank you very much. I am Deepak Gupta, Executive Director in Gun Carriage Factory, Jabalpur. It is a factory is belong to AWEIL, and our main product range is weapon platform. Right from small arms, we manufacture in small arms many products like revolvers, pistols, rifles, assault rifles, then sporting rifles, then carbines, our medium machine guns, and also under barrel grenade launcher and the multi grenade launcher. Similarly, we are making mortars, 51 mm mortar, 81 mm mortar, and 120 mm mortar. Then medium caliber weapons platform, we are making 12.7 SRCG, then AK-630 weapons, which belongs to basically it is going under TOT to Indian Navy. Then large caliber weapon platform, we are making 40 mm air defense gun, then 105 LFG light field gun, and Dhanush gun, that is the 155 into 45 caliber. Apart from that, we are also started making some of the 155 into 52 caliber tote gun, and also 155 into 52 caliber mounted gun system. Apart from all this product range, we are supplying tank gun articles. Basically, it is T72 and T90 to my sister in a public sector, which is making the tank. So these are the product range at our AWEIL headquarters, you can say. Apart from that, we are looking forward for the export also, and because this particular defense public sector unit started working from 1st October only last year. So we have got lot of challenges for the export also, and this year we are planning to come up to closer to around 100 crore of the export. And subsequent years, I am thinking that around 25-26, we should touch around 800 crore. This is our planning, and I think with the industry, private industry, corporation, I think we can able to achieve this target. Thank you very much.
I'll just request my panelists to keep it short and just maybe about 2 minutes, 3 minutes or so that we can get into the major issues also.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I am Arun Ramchandani from L&T Defence. I would say our company is one of those original Atmanirbhar companies in the sense that we've built a lot of our equipment out of our own R&D. We have different segments of operation. Our first segment is in guns and armored systems. So we have solutions for the artillery, whether they are mobile artillery rocket systems or gun systems, field guns, air defense guns. So we have a range of solutions there. We have products in the armored platform range. So from light armored platforms to the heavy armored platforms, tracked vehicles. We have built India's largest base of self-propelled artillery guns. Besides that, we have a whole range of weapon and equipment, which makes us a very unique company in the sense that we are in a position to offer customized solutions, be they in weapon launch systems, in sensors and radar platforms, in mobility equipment and engineering equipment like mobile bridges, etc. We have a lot of focus on defense electronics, fire control systems, and such related sensor suites, naval weapon systems and upgrades. Besides that, we do large platforms for the Navy, so ships, offshore patrol vessels, fast patrol vessels, interceptor boats, all of that, underwater platforms. This, in a nutshell, is our spectrum of offerings. We've been quite active in the market outside India, and in a large sense, we've provided customized solutions and upgrades to a lot of countries that have legacy equipment and are looking to convert legacy equipment into contemporary equipment. We have the ability to integrate diverse legacy equipment into an integrated weapon solution. Thank you.
I'm from Zen Technologies. Zen Technologies in two core businesses. One is we make training simulators and systems for defense forces, mainly land forces. And we have a record. None of the countries that we have supplied our simulators to ever lost a war. I mean, there are not many who have fought, but none of them have lost a war. So the second point is that when we have gone with these solutions to our the customers, and we have said we give complete combat training centers. When we give the complete combat training centers, they have really liked the concept, because from beginning soldier onwards all the way up to war gaming, everything can be done in combat training center. So the point here is that when we gave this solution to one of our customers, actually they came up with a very innovative solution where they said that, Ashok, the spare time that we have on the combat training center, we want to lease it out to our internal other forces, which they did with their police forces and all. And then they are now making it a center of excellence for the regional area. The other regional countries are also coming and training. So a model in which they had actually spent money has become a money earning model for them. So this is one of the innovative things, that if you collaborate with Zen, you can create regional centers of excellence for training and simulation. That is the one core area that we have. The second one is counter-drone systems that we are making, and this is again a completely homegrown technology. When I say it is homegrown technology, it is not a facetious statement. We have about 112 global patents filed in core technology areas. So it's not a small claim. So in the area of counter-drone systems, we have the completely indigenized detection system, we have a completely indigenized jammer system and radar system. We still buy the electronic optics, the camera, from another Indian company, but this is completely Indian system that you can rely on to protect your borders against the asymmetric warfare that's being done through drones by other countries. These are two things. We have other products like something called, we call something called a shoot edge. That's a corner shot system that can be used in special operations, but that's one different system. So altogether, these are the three areas that Zen has been doing, and we have been in this area for 3 decades without even one unsatisfied customer or a delay in any delivery. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Admiral Misra, representing Solar Industries. We are not too big a firm, but we are the largest exporters of explosives, not only in the country, but I think the world over. For just to give an example, we are exporting 300 metric tons of high explosives to various countries. That includes countries in Europe, America, and yes, Africa. We are also the largest manufacturer and exporter of industrial explosives, exporting to around 65 countries spread over 4 continents. Of late, we've got into drones, loiter munition. We are looking at developing long-range multi-launcher rocket systems, tactical ballistic missiles, and anti-tank missiles. We are also exporting certain rocket systems to friendly foreign countries. We are the only company in the private sector that's got into making complete munition. And that munition is also being exported to quite a few countries. Thank you.
I'm representing BrahMos Aerospace. The company got the wings in 1998 after the signing of intergovernmental agreement with the government of Russia. In the last 15 to 17 years, we have been supplying missiles to all the 3 services in India, and recently we have backed the order to supply missiles to government of Philippines. This was one of the biggest order in the recent history in India, and we are proud that for the first time a strategic weapon of this class is being exported. We basically started in 98 with the anti-ship missile, and over the years we have adapted the missile for various platforms, starting from submarine to autonomous launcher, ground-based autonomous launchers, and integrating it on Sukhoi 30 aircraft. We are open with the services to improve our system to meet their requirement, operational requirement, and to meet their maintenance requirement. We provide the complete solution for the equipment we are supplying to our customers. We are also in the process to develop a smaller version of the missile which can be fitted onto the smaller aircraft like LCA or Jaguar, and also we are looking to have this missile on a smaller boats and ships of Indian Navy. With the order of Philippines, we are now started the process to develop the equipment for them, getting the equipment for them. We are hopeful that such similar orders we will keep getting in future from other countries too. Thank you.
Right, let me go on to the next issue. And the next issue that I have in mind is the fact that today our defense attaches abroad. They have also been tasked to look for opportunities that can be exploited for exports. How's that system running? And secondly, you have the export promotion cell in the Ministry of Defense, which is giving you notifications now and then, and whenever it occurs perhaps, about any export opportunities available. How is this working? How is your experience about it? Can we start with you?
You know, first of all, there is a sea change. I mean, the J.D. Patil made a comment that we were not allowed to export earlier, but there is a sea change where now we are being questioned why we are not exporting. So there is a huge change, and everything is directed towards exporting. We get huge support from defense attaches. We get support from ambassadors. But in addition, what I would like to say one thing, you know, as you are saying, we are getting intimations of this tender has come up there, this requirement has come up there, this RFP has been floated. But what ideally we should be doing is, we should be the cause of the RFP. We should have been working with the local army there, tied up with someone, and we should have created that demand. Because generally, our rule is, if there is a RFP, don't quote for it. Simple. Because somebody else has worked for it, either tailor-made for their requirements, who has found out the real requirements of the the end user. So our thing is that the industry should collaborate with the embassies there, tie up with some local strong partner, and then work with the army there to create new requirements which we can fulfill very, very successfully. But again, there is a siege, and once everything is, all the desires are fulfilled, you get more desire. So this is one of those wishes, yeah.
Right, can I have your comments, Sola? Let me just interject for a second. In order to cover more, let's say, scope, I will not be putting the same question to everybody. So I will limit it to, let's say, 1, 2 or 3 people.
The way I look at it is, this system is just about started, and it is paying handsome dividends. The only thing that I look at is that our focus has to be right. Even in lasers, we talk about spatial and spectral coherence. So there is a need to have that spatial and spectral coherence in the markets that we are actually addressing. Just to give a clue, in the morning session, we had India and Indian Ocean. Now, can we actually look at the Indian Ocean rim? That's countries where they aren't really looking at something which is exotic, but something which kind of meets their needs. And the only thing that most of these countries actually ask is that whether the Indian Armed Forces are using that product. That's a common refrain. I mean, if you tell them that, well, the Army is using it, or the Air Force is using it, or the Navy is using it, it sails smoothly. Now that brings in another dimension which I really don't know whether I can address at this point in time, but that is what we'll actually have to look at. For example, I was just cleaning through these brochures and I realized that Israel in 2019 had 46 loiter munition stroke drones being made by 7 entities. And all of them kind of had some sort of a stamp of the Israeli armed forces. Now here are we, in the last 6 months, we have offered 15 suo motu proposals under Make 2. And hardly any one of them have come through. They have, I won't say none of them have come through, but we expected a much better response. And when you look at it, in silos, yes, people say, well, that's required. We need it. But then, in an institutionalized manner, are we addressing this particular issue? I think that's of importance.
My opinion is that selling a product outside the country, it needs a lot of perseverance, support from almost all the government agencies, and a very active role by our representatives in that country. It also needs a lot of research to understand the need of that country, whether the weapon system which I am trying to propagate, is it required by that country or not. As a matter of fact, in BrahMos, over the last 10 years, we have done a study of almost all the countries, trying to understand their adversaries, trying to understand their requirement, and whether our weapon system fits in their requirement or not. And that is how we have gone about it. Then we have started the marketing with that country, and definitely the involvement of the DAs and the ambassador has helped us a lot. Without their involvement, it would have never been successful. There's no doubt about it. But then my bottom line is that the perseverance, and it takes a lot of time to convince a country to buy your weapon system. It also adds value when you say that your own country is using the same weapon system and they have already inducted it. It gives them the confidence. There's no doubt about that.
Let me take a cue from whatever you've just heard and get on to the next question, that our own armed forces really using the equipment makes a lot of difference in terms of your marketing abroad. Can I have your comments on this?
So, for sure, it does make a lot of difference. I would say it is almost an imperative that you should have inducted the equipment into our own armed forces before taking it outside. What the government is doing today is that if you participated in a user evaluation trial, and if you've cleared the user evaluation trial, then they are giving you certificates of acceptance, which probably also is a kind of acceptance from the Indian government that the equipment meets the requirement. So it's very important that we have a base here in India, because without that it would be impossible to inspire confidence in the foreign country into buying the.
Can we have your comment?
Yeah, definitely, because if any item, any product we are manufacturing and has been taken over by our user, maybe army or paramilitary forces, definitely if we go for export, then that certification benefits us. And definitely it will be a very fast process for export. However, there are certain cases where we have exported like barrel for our Dhanush gun to BAE without any use at the moment. Recently, our Dhanush gun has inducted, but the barrel we have sent to BAE. So certain difference will be there. But however, as a platform, definitely acceptability by user will benefit us. Definitely. Thank you.
Sir, I'm going to have to interrupt this session because we have Mr. Sanjay Jaju online. He is supposed to make his remarks and he's joining us live from Paris. I think he has, we have managed to establish connection.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir. If you can hear us, could you please...
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me and see me?
Yes. Thank you very much for joining this session, Mr. Jaju. Is Indian industry ready for achieving export goals? We are waiting to hear your remarks, sir.
Thank you very much. At the outset, let me congratulate Bharat Shakti, Nitin, and the entire team for inviting me to this conclave. I've always been part of this conclave for the last 4 years, so I told Nitin that even if I'm not in town, I would love to see all of you and talk to my friends in the industry. And I'm very happy that I'm getting this opportunity. I can also see a lot of familiar faces in the panel, and my regards to all of you. Friends, all of you would agree that this is one of the most transformative phases of our Am I audible? Did I lose some contact? Hello? Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? The strategy.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Oh, I think am I visible, because it's giving me only audio only mode.
So we can't see you, but we can hear you. So you can carry on with your comments. And I think there seems to be a network issue here. We are trying, sir. But you can continue speaking.
So, as I mentioned, this is one of the most transformative phases for our defense manufacturing ecosystem. A lot of activities happening in terms of bringing in the industry to the forefront. And a very good part of it is that now we're getting a robust mix of public and the private sector, which has joined hands to not just manufacture defense equipment, but also design and develop such equipment. A lot of policy measures have been taken, and all this has significantly contributed to our exports from a paltry 1,500 crores to 13,000 crores of record export turnover last year. All this goes to show that our industry, if given the opportunities, is next to none and can design and develop world-class systems. Important thing in this development is that this entire effort is not led by somebody trying to get an export order under offsets, etc. It is all coming in from the value for money which is being provided by our industry, and they're becoming part of the global supply chains. An important aspect of this entire development is the platform export that has started to pick up from our country, and it's here that many of our recent entrants, including the startups, have now started to play an important role, not just in exporting parts and components, but exporting major platforms and equipment. So I keep saying that this is one of the apical moments in defense production ecosystem, and I think there is a growing understanding amongst the users as well that going forward, the right route to self-reliance would actually come to us if we have a strong industry backing our armed forces in their modernization and augmentation. Do you have any further questions?
If you want, if you can answer questions, I'll just ask the audience for any questions that they have. Right? Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions that you want to ask the Additional Secretary? Even the panelists, should you want to ask him a question, please go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Jaju. I think it would have been very good if you were live with us over here. Unfortunately, we missed you this time. Look forward to you joining us again next time.
Yeah, so my greetings to all of you, and I hope to see all of us, contributing towards the effort that are currently on to create a defense manufacturing and designing ecosystem. One important aspect that I wanted to highlight is the industry-led design and development efforts that have been kick-started in our country, especially with the announcement made by the Honorable Finance Minister during the budget this year. And good part of it is that many such efforts are now culminating to our Make One, Make Two, and IDEX initiative. And hopefully in future, we'll also be having the models of forging special purpose vehicles, which can include both the public and the private sector, so that the efficiencies of the private sector, the market led efficiencies of the private sector, and the infrastructure of the public sector can be leveraged to design and develop systems which could be used by our armed forces. So all this goes to show that our industry has come of age. I can see the names of many players on the screen itself, and many such names I'm absolutely sure are going to be future defense unicorns for our nation. Once again, my greetings to Bharat Shakti Nitin, and his entire team for inviting me to this conclave. Hope to see you guys again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jaju.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jaju, for taking out the time to speak to us from Paris. Let's continue the session. Brigadier Chatterjee.
Right, gentlemen, let's go on from wherever we left. And I really haven't got much time. But there's an issue that came up with him. He was talking about design development. And I'll talk about the bigger scope of it. Well, technology is going to decide whether we're going to be able to export when we are competing with global players. So how are you really developing your technology? Are you dependent on TOT? Have you had any sort of a partnership, let's say, with our institutions of excellence? Maybe some of you may have already done. Let's start with you, Mr. Deepak.
Definitely regarding technology, if you are talking, there are certain technology which are not available in country as on date also. If we talk about artillery gun system where our electronics parts are available, only few parts are we are able to get from indigenous source, but rest are imported one only. So that is the area which we have to look into, so that we can able to develop the technology in India itself, so that foreign exchange reduction, the utilization of foreign exchange reduction can be take place. Thank you.
Am I audible? Yeah. I have a slightly different take on this. To my mind, we with L&T here, Bharat Forge sitting here, us here, Zen Technologies here, I really don't think technology is much of an issue. We keep talking about cutting edge technologies, but I would actually want to coin it a bit differently and say what we need to identify is cutting edge business strategies rather than just cutting edge technologies. Because if export is the target, I won't be, like I said, that as Solo we exporting explosives to so many countries in the world. But basically what I'm doing is I'm exporting wheat flour. If I could give a simile, I would much prefer to export bread or croissants rather than just wheat flour. And that really doesn't require much of technology. We kind of have enough to package a product and be able to sell it in the right sectors.
Right, Zen Technologies can be having.
So, the products that we have are absolutely world cutting edge and leading products. In the field of simulators, we have competed in India against the best of the best. We have won. This Atmanirbharta have come recently, but we have been in this field for last 3 decades. So we have actually had no advantage while competing with foreign companies at one point in time in India. And now we are going abroad and competing. So the products that we have are completely indigenously developed, all IP owned by Zen Technologies. And we don't want to sell anything that is not world class. That's as a company and as a country, we don't want to give them something that is not world's best. And also, when we look at, I think a lot of companies now are doing, we don't play a finite game where we develop a hit and run strategy. We commit on for a very long term that we are going to be in this field forever, for the next few decades. And we start developing. And whether one order comes or not, it really doesn't impact us. So we keep playing the infinite game where, we keep developing, reinvesting the resources. And, today we may be number 2 or number 3 in counter drone systems, but eventually we know we will become number 1 in counter drone and other technologies that we are pursuing. I think this infinite game mentality is there with L&T and Solar, absolutely the inspiring example for most of us. So Lokesh machines, they are getting into now weapons. So these guys are really in for the long haul. So I think this long haul game will actually take level and see that our friendly countries get the best of the equipment in the world.
If I may just add, if we want to address the world market, it can't be done with technology borrowed from outside. So I think the first thing, if you want to be a world player, you must have self-belief. And without that, there is no way that you can really penetrate an international market. So if you look at India where it is today, we have about the largest scientific base of human resources, infrastructure. We have a large technical base. We have an industrial base. And I think it is a question of putting all this together. Today we are creating an innovation base through our startups, etc. And if we can just put all these things together and I think stitch it with self-belief, then we will be able to reach out to and penetrate the international market. And like Ashok said, we have to think long term and we have to move out with our products. And I'm sure that they will make the difference if the Indian Armed Forces can buy these products. And everybody knows that clearing an Indian trial is about as hard as it gets. I don't see any reason why we can't make a place for ourselves in the world.
Right, I don't have much time and I would like to throw the house open also for questions from the audience. So my one last question, and I need an answer from all of you on this question, so kindly keep it very brief. What else do you expect the government to do for you in order to make possible that export target which the government has laid down for you as an industry? Can we start with you, Mr. Deepak?
As on date, if you see, government has opened up fully. Even though we are a defense public sector unit, now government is telling there is no restriction from their side. You just go for export of your products and market accordingly. I mean, there is no limit, no limit. So that is the way of now government. And I think private industry definitely there is no issue at all. But even for my defense public sector unit, there is complete clearance from government side.
I will say we need a few enablers, and let me talk about all of them. The number one, what we talked about was, exporting products which are already inducted in India. We need to push more and more induction of domestic products in India, which will then be an enabler for us to export. That's number one. Number two is on proactive marketing. So, we have been reactive and there is some requirement popping out of somewhere and then we rush there. We need to have a system that is more proactive, engaging with foreign nations and, using our DA and external affairs network to really build this. And I think lastly and most importantly, industries are unable to withstand the vagaries of geopolitics and the risk involved in defense export. So there has to be some underlying supporting umbrella. And I would say that most countries have evolved a G2G mechanism. When the US exports, they have a strong FMS mechanism which enables the country to act on behalf of its industry. And we need something like that. In a world where tomorrow anybody can get sanctioned. I am a commercial business house, and if certain geopolitics changes and I am exporting to a country, my whole business could get sanctioned. And I need protection against that. So maybe a kind of a Maitri scheme, if the government of India could build with our target export nations, that would provide a great umbrella to the Indian industry. And of course, lastly is on the line of credit. End of the day, there are many countries that are looking for attractive lines of credit. And if we can do that expeditiously and offer attractive lines of credit, it would help to boost our exports.
I think Arun has really covered the most important point. But what I suggest is that we should have a single place, where we can demonstrate all our capabilities. Government of India can allocate some land, some building and all that. Where, so for me, whenever any customers come to Hyderabad, any, defense delegation comes to Hyderabad, they have this aha moment. First of all, they think India could never have developed such an experience center. They are blown away completely. So can we, all of us have some products here. Can we create a common space along with the help of the government where, when friends are coming, their defense delegations are coming, they should not be traveling around the whole country and seeing various things. Especially, I can understand if it's a sea port related, then it is different. But land-based drones, anti-drone systems, all this can be, consolidated and shown at one place so that all their needs can be addressed with that singular exposure to that area.
Well, I think what Mr. Ramchandani said, he's kind of covered most of it. I just have just a couple of points. Yes, proactive is good, but I would want us to be interactive in the sense that we should be able to shape the environment and get demands. Now for that, as of now, the mechanism is that our DAs are there. But almost all of these DAs have kind of not been trained to do what we have tasked them to do. They aren't aware as to what the industrial capabilities are that are lying with the industry, and therefore they are not able to scout and look for opportunities that could come our way. I've been looking at this site. Most of the times you're asking for a 5.56 mm bullet, all those teeny-weeny things, but not what we are capable of and what we can actually give them. So to my mind, there's one thing that we must do. The DAs, I know for sure because I was on the other side some time ago. They go for a Bharat Darshan, but before a DA is actually appointed as a DA, if probably a month or two as a training capsule, where he's kind of trained to understand what is it that he actually needs to look at. So that was one point. The other point is I would just make a statement, and I would prefer to leave it unsaid, is that the Kalashnikovs were finding their way into India without any government approval. But the fact remains, somebody was paying for it and somebody was selling it. So the industry, if it can be given a free hand, so long it's not jeopardizing our core interests, I think the export could be better served. It's a rather disruptive suggestion, but if probably we could look at that.
Though there has been a major change in the outlook from the government side, but I would still expect, and I feel that still we have to go a long way, that the mindset from the bottom to the top has to consider the Indian industries as the partners and not otherwise. That would help the industries to promote export to a large extent. And this includes, when I say all the quality agencies, all the certification agencies, they have to consider our industries as their partners. That is the most important thing which I feel. Thank you.
Right, gentlemen, the house is open. Ladies and gentlemen, rather, the house is open, and you're most welcome to, pose any questions that you have. Yeah, please. And give a mic.
Thank you very much. Colonel Project from Poland. I have a question regarding this re-export you mentioned. So I haven't heard anything about licensing issues during re-export of this product. What I've seen here, there are many amazing products made during this Make in India program, which is of course great, but some of them have details not really made here in India, and they must be licensed. So, did you could you please elaborate on this issue, licensing part of the items not made in India? Thank you.
You want a clarification on certain products that you have seen over here, whether they are licensed for export or not. I don't think the system quite works like that. I mean, you have a product, you go to the government, ask for a license, if it's in a particular list, and then only do you get your license. It is not an automatic this thing. What was being talked about, proposed by the Admiral, that was like he said himself, that it's a disruption, that the company goes by itself and sells a product. I don't think we sell it like that. We normally have to have a government approval for any product which is an arms, ammunition or that kind of an equipment. If any of you panelists want to clarify a little more, most welcome.
So I suspect he is asking that if there is a third country product or component into our product or system, then how do we look at licensing that subsystem and then selling it to a third country? So, the regulatory systems in India are very strong, and no company would export something or re-export something for which it has licensed out technology. If the license agreement permits you to re-export to certain countries, and of course the host country from where that technology came, you would probably need end-use clearances. So with all of that, we would go ahead and do it. Our licensing mechanisms are robust. The government is encouraging and enabling the domestic industry to export, but it would be important for any industry that has licensed any technology to get the necessary clearances from the licensor for re-exporting that.
I hope that satisfies you. Right. If there be any other questions, kindly.
Yeah. I have a...
Please, let's have a question first. Can you just pass the mic this side? Mic.
Hello. My question is regarding when you do export, and especially the product export from India to the rest of the world, definitely need some kind of a qualification and certification to be met of the international standards. It doesn't mean the international standards are any higher or lower, but they may be different standards. So are there some mechanism or the policy in place to cater to this kind of to match to those international standards? Because that would be, in my opinion, is the biggest hindrance for the exports.
I think, most of us that we are trying to export have already been sold to the Indian Army. And I think the rest, if Indian Army standards are here, and if you have gone through the trials and you are still alive, you know that the standards are here. They're way ahead of the rest of the country, the rest of the world. And if you want to export, you are way ahead of the standard. I think that is never a situation in which Indian products would fail anywhere once they are exported abroad.
So having said that, we comply with standards like AS 9100. All our facilities are made to such kind of standards. A lot of the mill standards, we have equivalent JSS standards in India, and we are compliant to that. If any country requires some specific certification, we could certainly obtain those certifications. But like Ashok said, most of our Indian applicable military standards are very much either derived from standards like the mill standards and so on. And I would say that we are there, but we could adapt to any specific country requirement.
Right, somebody had, Jil Chakravarti.
Thank you very much, Brigadier Shopon Chatterjee. I think I practically worked with most of you. You all may not be able to recognize me because it's 12 years. And having actually dealt with exports, not today, 12 years ago, I think the answer lies firstly with the Indian Army, the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force. Please, if the private sector contacts them, I'm afraid the government cannot give you anything but, just support. They will give you all answers. You may feel that they have the highest standards. I do agree. I've dealt with all of you and possibly accepted this thing. Unless you accept the Indian Army, the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force, they will give you the intelligence which all these DAs sitting here may not open up. They will give you the way ahead. They will guide you. I can tell you, you all know them. But you all are looking at technology. All these are big, big issues. I was in Vietnam and we exported from day one. We got even the Indian Navy to get the spares. We got the Air Force with the MiG-21s. And here, Namola is sitting over here. BrahMos, we were involved right from day one. What is it? Unless you get the services involved, you will be nowhere. If the United States is the biggest exporter, it's because the US Navy, all the 5 services are actively involved. Industry cannot walk its own. Lockheed Martin cannot walk its own, or you cannot. You are nowhere. You're just, our government, the additional secretary can give a lecture from Paris. That's all. The person who can really affect are these. Please respect these organizations, approach them, and they will give you the answers, but they won't come and speak like this. This is my advice to you. If you feel contrary, Mr. Ramchandani can take me on, who has met me in service. Thank you, sir.
No, I think we're running out of time, so I would restrain him from taking you on. Otherwise, I would have said, carry on, put on your gloves. But one last question we will take, just in case you have one. Yeah, yes, gentleman here. We can hear you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I wanted to emphasize on the point that was mentioned by my colleague. Mentioned the most important thing. Okay, thank you very much.
Little louder.
Yes, the most important thing is quality assurance. Even if when I'm back home or I want to advise my organization to buy something from a product from India, one thing that they will ask is the quality assurance. I think that it's very important that the quality assurance body should be part of this the panel, so that they can assure us that whatever is made in India under this made in India is quality. That is where we can also encourage or talk to our organization back home that when we do market survey, please also look at India. India have got quality products that we can make use of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think we'll leave it at that. But let be assured that any product which is going abroad and which is actually being marketed abroad and is there with whether it's with the Navy, whether it's with the Army or the Air Force, is absolutely quality assured, because we've just been through this discussion where the facts have come out how difficult it is to get this product into the services in this country. So by and large, I guess you will get quality assurance. And we also understand there's no easier way, there's no better way of going ahead with exports, increasing them until this quality is assured. Thank you. Right. With that, I think I'll bring the session to an end, and I thank the panelists. Thank you so much. I almost felt like a 0-watt bulb, like I told you, very brilliant people around you, this is what happens. Over to Nilanjana.
Thank you very much, Brigadier Chatterjee and panelists, for that session. And it's been 7 years of the conclave, and this is the first time that the defense attaches actively took part in the interaction. Very, very happy. Can we have a round of applause, please? our special guests, the defense attaches. We used to call it the Defense Attaches Conclave, and to see them actively asking questions was an amazing sight. I'm very emotional. Okay. May I please request Mr. R. Sundaram, the Managing Director and CEO of Aerospace Engineers Private Limited, to please present mementos to our panelists. Seems the weather is turning. We'll have to see what we do about dinner, because we had organized dinner on the lawn. I'll take care of it. A memento to Sri Deepak Gupta, Executive Director, Gun Carriage Factory, Jabalpur. Mr. Arun Ramchandani, Executive Vice President and Head, L&T Defence, Larsen & Toubro. Mr. Ashok Atluri, Chairman and Managing Director, Zen Technologies Limited. Rear Admiral Sanjay Mishra, Senior Vice President, Solar Group. And Group Captain M.K. Srivastav of BrahMos. Thank you very much. No, the moderator is a part of us. He doesn't get a memento, no. So could we please get together for a group photograph? Thank you very, very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Can you have a round of applause? I request my colleague Jaya to quickly change the panelist and the speaker names along with Purnima. And without much ado, I'm going to introduce the second technical session, introduce the chairperson of the session, the moderator of the session, and the panelists, and we'll continue. The second technical session is focusing on what the entire nation is pursuing today, the Prime Minister's vision of the route the country should take, Atmanirbharta or self-reliance. This session will get into the prospects and challenges that Atmanirbharta imposes. The chairperson of the session is Lieutenant General V.G. Khandare, Principal Advisor, Ministry of Defence. He retired from active military service on the 31st of January 2018. He was the military advisor to the National Security Council Secretariat at the secretary level from 2018 to 2021. And while in service, he served as both Director General of the Defence Intelligence Agency and the Deputy Chief of the Integrated Defence Staff for Intelligence. Sir, thank you very much for coming up and joining us on the panel. I believe it's over there, sir. It's my pleasure and honor to introduce the moderator of this session, Sri Rajinder Singh Bhatia, President and CEO, Defence and Aerospace, Bharat Forge Limited. Under him, Bharat Forge has forged partnerships and collaborated with major defence and aerospace OEMs of the world. I thank you very much for agreeing to moderate the session. Thank you very much, sir. And now I will introduce our panelists one by one. Dr. S.K. Sundararaman, MD, Shiva Texan Limited. Dr. Sundararaman, or Dr. Ram as we call him, is a well-known personality in the field of textiles and also in education. He is the Managing Director of Shiva Texan Limited. It is a multifaceted textile company which manufactures a range of high-tech textile products for both common use as well as for specialized industries like defense, healthcare, signage, etc. Next, I call upon Major General Anil Oberoi, retired, President Defense, SM Group of Companies. Besides having a thorough knowledge of ballistics, wide range of ammunition and artillery, infantry and tanks, General Oberoi has an in-depth knowledge of various types of weapons and ammunition, including precision ammunition and the latest developments across the world in weapons and weapon platforms and their use in various dimensions of warfare. I next call upon Mr. William L. Blair, Vice President and Chief Executive, India, Lockheed Martin. Mr. Blair joined Lockheed Martin as Chief Executive on the 1st of October 2019. He is responsible for leading and developing Lockheed Martin's corporation's strategy for India and serves as the executive representative for all Lockheed Martin programs, products, and services in the country. Our next panelist, Mr. Andalip Shadman, MD, Hensoldt Private Limited. A little bit about Hensoldt first. Formed in 2017, it is a German champion in the defense industry with a leading market position in Europe and global reach. Hensoldt specializes in radar, electronic warfare, avionics, and optronics. Mr. Shadman started his career with ADE, DRDO. Thereafter, he worked with Honeywell, and he was also with Airbus DS. He established the first one-of-its-kind defense-focused R&D center of foreign OEMs in India. He is the MD of Hensoldt since 2017. Hensoldt is currently focusing in building industrial collaborations to offer indigenous products and solutions to Indian customers. Our next panelist, Mr. Abhijit Ghorpade, General Manager, Marketing and Public Relations, Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, or MIDC, Government of Maharashtra. Mr. Ghorpade has served the state of Maharashtra for more than 20 years in various capacities. Currently, of course, like I said, he is GM Marketing and Public Relations. Thank you very much, all our panelists, the chairperson, and of course the moderator for taking out the time to make it to this session. Can I have a round of applause for them, please? Clapping will also increase your own energy levels. I hand over the session to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Nilanjana. I think at the end of the last session, Nilanjana made a mention that moderator is part of us. So I'm very much a part of Bharat Shakti now, but I want my memento at the end of the session, please. So starting with this, chairperson for this session is a person who has seen all these changes while he was wearing a uniform, when he was in a capacity directing the policies, and now he is spearheading the initiative for the medium and the small industries in the country. Needless to say anything more about that, let's hear Chairperson Janil Khandare laying down the context for the session today. Sir, over to you.
A very good evening to all of you. It gives me a lot of pleasure to see a lot of foreign friends and the industry captains here. Like Nilanjana had said, 7 years down the line and a lot of progress has been made. In the first session or the previous session, there were a few questions which were asked, and those are connected to the present session also. We are talking of the challenges and prospects for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And very quickly, without wasting time, I want to bring out a few points. From the previous session, Rear Admiral Mishra had said about training of the defense attaches. I want to assure you, sir, plenty has been done, much more needs to be done. What General Chakravarti is here, he's been my instructor, and he's been one of the dynamic DAs, and we find such people, they are totally committed to the nation. So while formal training will be done, but in addition, it is the individual commitment which makes a difference. The next point was Mr. Ramchandani had said about the line of credit. There's never been a problem for line of credit as long as it is identified whether a country will be able to absorb, will be able to repay, and between the MEA and MOD that is always done. Most of the time it is the realization of that which is a problem, which is essentially something between the two governments and the industrial partners. Now coming on to the present topic of challenges and prospects. This is a mission which is a national mission, and all of us individuals are committed to that. And when we say that topic of challenges and prospects. This is a mission which is a national mission, and all of us individuals are committed to that. And when we say that we look at what Honorable Prime Minister had said, that India has to be a Viksit Desh, and along with that, a Surakshit Desh. And that is where all of us come into contribution as our duties. That is what is the kartavya which we all have to perform. And the moment we all chip in, no challenges remain challenges. They all become easy pathways. And we all are very capable individually. Let us put in a team effort, and I'm sure we will hear from everyone here on the stage as well as in the audience also. And our foreign friends who are here from the industry, just a small piece of advice that the rules of the game are different now. Everything happens from India. So it is better that we start looking at the way ahead. And there are enough competent people here who will hold your hand, and a joint venture will work beautifully. The friends from the Foreign Defense Attaché community, it's always a pleasure to see you here. This conclave was essentially for you, and it is very good to see you in good numbers. In case somebody feels he needs to clarify more, we all are available here after this session. Please link up with us and we'll facilitate all that you need to know. Let us get on to the discussion now, and subsequently we will clarify further.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for laying down the context. In fact, the topic today is Atmanirbharta, prospects and challenges. And the panel here, I think, is beautifully divided with two very strong OEMs who know this market very well, and two Indian industries giving their viewpoint. So the plan for the discussion is that we will give about 5 minutes preamble to each speaker on the panel. In that 5 minutes, try and please give your viewpoint. And thereafter, we'll have another round. And then I will request General Khandare to give his views on the complete discussion which has taken place, with his tremendous experience of having taken care of the policy and seen it from all sides. So I'll request you to sum it up in the answer. So coming down to, also we have a representative from MIDC. I think MIDC does play, or for that matter, all industrial parks do play a major role in shaping up the environment. You're the catalyst. So when we talk about the prospects, I'll request you to chip in and give your viewpoint how those prospects can actually be realized and how can those dreams be translated into reality. So I'll request your viewpoints on that. So with this as the background, let's move on to Dr. Sundara Raman, who's sitting on my right. Dr. Raman, 5 minutes with your views on the subject.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatia, and I'll keep it very concise. Friends, I come from a blended company. I run textiles. Most people will be wondering what's technology in textiles. I'd like to speak about that, but 80% or more of what we do as a company is non-defense. We came into this business about 10 years back when there was a need to create a CBRNE product, a chemical, biological, nuclear reactor response suit in India that would be world class. The DRDO they had the carbon, which is the core, and they came to us. They were trying for a year. We had alternative technologies, and we were able to make what they wanted in about 48 hours. Our journey started there. We are today we're the only TOT holder for CBRNE clothing in the country. We are one among probably about 8 companies in the world that have this capability at this stage. There exists technology in textiles in the field that we work in, particularly in the areas of cold weather clothing. My friend there is in bulletproof area. And there are a few critical areas, which is the regular stuff that you would use on a day-to-day basis. not as exotic as the ammunition and the weapon systems and the more sophisticated products that are out there, but essential nonetheless. It's been a 10-year journey where we have seen complete cold weather clothing systems being imported into this country 10 years back to today, almost nothing being imported. And we are at a, I would say, a flux point. Today, we are seeing technologies develop within this country that are not existing outside. We have become technology creators. We are now playing with materials like graphene for creating ultra-compact cold weather systems that would probably be class leading on a world stage. And I think the time for India has come, and we are very happy to be here. It's Bharat Shakti. I think that it can't be more apt than naming it as Bharat Shakti. And it's wonderful. I think our time has come. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sundara Raman, for pitching the Indian context in the Atmanirbharta. I have on my right a very close friend, Bill Blair. He heads one of the big 500, not 500, maybe 5,000 pound gorilla in the manufacturing world for the defense manufacturing. And he's seen the policy changes which have been going on for some time in the country now. So I would like him to give his viewpoint on what are the challenges which he sees as we go forward with so-called Atmanirbharta for this country. Press that.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Yeah, you can. Good, good. Well, thank you, Mr. Bhatia and General Kandari. I'm really pleased and thank Bharat Shakti for bringing us together. I was lucky to be part of the last two sessions, and it was remarkable when we were here in 2020 in a I guess, a lower point going through the COVID pandemic, and we were all pleased to be together in person. My remarks that I'll make in response to the question and the topic are based on my experience in India over the last 26 years. I first came to India in '96 and spent 11 of the last 26 years here in India in 3 different roles. I started out as an aircraft engine designer, mechanical engineer, and now I'm here representing Lockheed Martin. It's been a great journey. But I've seen the evolution, the policy evolution, but more importantly, the capability evolution here in India in the aerospace and defense sector. I think what I can speak both on my current role and prior roles here, when we sought to engage companies in India, I worked with Bharat Forge Limited a decade ago as well, we were looking for partners that could produce to meet global requirements and then position to meet the emerging Indian requirements. And this was very much the case in the MMRCA back in the mid-2000s. And so we, Lockheed Martin, we've been associated with India for 70 years. We've really been part of, I will say, part of the journey of Make in India over the last 12 years. We partnered with Tata, 2 joint ventures, and I'm going to use them as 2 good examples. We started positioning for the C-130J requirement. 12 C-130Js are operating with the Indian Air Force, and we knew we had to get out in front of that. So we established a joint venture with Tata, 26% stake, to assemble the C-130J empennage, the tail, to meet the entire global requirement, sole supplier out of Hyderabad. Now, today, we've delivered well over 180 empennages, over 90% indigenous content, and driving well over 30–40% of the cost out at higher quality. So I think it's a great example of actually, as a company, Lockheed Martin, investing early, but yes, finding a partner, meet a global requirement, and then position to meet an Indian requirement. And you all know Tata is now positioned to deliver C-295s in partnership with Airbus at a complete aircraft level. Similarly, Sikorsky wasn't part of Lockheed Martin at the time, partnered with Tata to produce S-92 helicopter cabins, delivered 157. Again, over 87% indigenous content and driving cost out. And now we're in a position to deliver helicopters to meet the Indian Navy Naval Utility Helicopter requirement or the IMRH requirement. And so what's my point? I think the private sector has demonstrated the ability to build both at the system level and the full platform level to meet a global requirement as well as position to meet Indian requirements. And L&T earlier, I think is a great example of that as well on the shipbuilding side and on the land system side. We've also worked with. So what's the challenge? I think going forward is with the positive indigenization list or import substitution, the much higher indigenous content requirements at 50%. So coupled with policy changes that encourage higher foreign direct investment, now up to 74% on the automatic route, that's great. I think it's going to be really important and incumbent upon the services to determine what's the pace at which we drive the indigenous content. The light combat aircraft is a great example. It's tremendous, but it didn't start out at 50% indigenous content. It's been on a journey to get to and above 50% indigenous content. I think we need to look at the multi-role fighter aircraft in the same spirit, or the naval utility helicopter, or IMRH, as to leverage our capabilities, but still push for the best system capability. We work with our tier one suppliers, and we encourage them, more than encourage them, we engage them through our supplier conferences to establish Indian partners on the systems, our tier one suppliers. When I mentioned the C-130J empennage as an example, 87 or 90% indigenous content, over 300 suppliers are feeding into that. So offsets might have been a catalyst, but frankly, the outcome has been, I think, through Make in India, really accelerating the ecosystem here in India. One last comment, and I might be over time, but Mr. Bhatti and I were talking just a few weeks ago. I think the biggest challenge for us for self-reliance has been revealed through COVID and the recent Russian invasion of Ukraine. And no one can dispute supply chain resilience is our single most important issue facing all of us. Doesn't matter who you speak to, it's universal. And I think working together on that supply chain resilience is both our greatest challenge and our greatest opportunity. And I would submit aerospace and defense, strategic materials, and rare earth metals, whether it's for aerospace and defense, space-based applications, or even semiconductors, that's where we need to work together. And I think you'll find with like-minded nations, initiatives bilaterally under the Quad, under the I2U2, it's the single greatest challenge and opportunity, I think, for us for self-reliance, going forward.
Thank you, Bill. In fact, the point regarding the strategic materials, rare earth metals, I think this is becoming the key point. And I would like Bharat Shakti that when you do compile certain recommendations or discussion points out of various sessions, I think this should be one critical point which should be taken up. Because there cannot be a large-scale manufacturing in the country if these supply chains are not secured, and not secured only at the level of the finished material, but at the raw material stage. So I think this is a very important point, and I think we will put it as a part of recommendation. Now moving on, let's take the views of another Indian manufacturer, and I have General O'Brien sitting on my left. So with the same conditions, take 3 to 5 minutes and just give your viewpoint on the subject.
Coming on to Atmanirbharta, well, now that I've seen both sides of the hill, 38 years in the army and 10 years in the corporate sector, I can now well say with confidence that Atmanirbharta in a true sense comes to a soldier when he uses our equipment, when he uses a weapon system, and he has the confidence that yes, it is not going to fail me in war. And I gave the example of the bulletproof jackets being supplied by my company to the Indian Army. 1,86,000 bulletproof jackets supplied, much against the time, also during the COVID period. And with all these supplied and being used for over now 3 years by the soldiers, the bullet has not gone through even a single jacket. So therefore, Atmanirbharta, overall, if we see, it's a very, very broad subject. We have to go equipment-wise, item-wise. So there we get, in this particular product, yes, we can say with confidence that we get the Atmanirbharta, because the product is of such quality. I'm not saying that product could be of the best quality in the world. No, army is not asking for that, nor the defense forces. They are asking for a good product which will stand them in good stead in war. And next is when we are coming to the ammunition. I've also seen that in the ammunition aspect also, our country really required to enlarge the manufacturing base. And in a situation like, let's say, in a Ukraine or a Russian war-like situation where the country has to go in for a prolonged time to fight a conflict or a war, you have to be self-sustained or self-reliant yourself. You cannot be looking over your shoulders, and we had some problems in Kargil war. Like for Russia, they could sustain because they had a good and a very large manufacturing base, and the Ukrainians could sustain because they had good friends helping them. But if we ever get into such a situation of a prolonged conflict, we have got no choice to be dependent on our own. And that is how my company has decided to get into now the next vertical, that is the ammunition manufacturing also. And we are starting off with the manufacturing of state-of-the-art ammunition, both for the artillery guns and the tanks. So therefore, sir, I feel Atmanirbharta, in a very broad perspective, we have to see. It will not come in a day. It will not leapfrog. It will take its own time.
Thank you, General O'Brien. I think he reinforced the point that Atmanirbharta is no longer a matter of choice, but it is a compulsion for the nation. So while we have been talking about so-called opportunities and challenges, a very large, not very large, but significant number of Indian OEMs are based out of the state of Maharashtra. And Mr. Abhijit, would you like to give your opening remark on the subject?
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhatia. Let me at the outset extend my heartfelt thanks and extend a sense of gratitude towards Mr. Nitin Gokhale and the entire team of Bharat Shakti for organizing this fabulous defense conclave, and thereby bringing together on a common platform the corporates, the experts, and the policymakers and the institutes. This is to the success of this conclave. Well, talking about the state of Maharashtra, Maharashtra, as you understand, is the most industrialized state in the country. It is the largest subnational economy of the size of 420 billion US dollars, which contributes the highest, that is 14% to the national GDP. Again, the highest, 15% to the total industrial output of the nation, 20% to India's exports in terms of value. It has accounted for almost 30% of the total foreign direct investment that has come into India since 2000 till date. It has the single largest pool of skilled manpower in the country. So these are the strengths, and of course, as you mentioned, Mr. Bhatia, the presence of the large OEMs and equally a presence of MSMEs, which are very crucial to the defense and aerospace sector. Martin just underscored the need for strengthening the supply chain, in which MSMEs play such a crucial role. If India were to achieve its dream of attaining a $5 trillion economic status, then it goes unsaid that Maharashtra must realize its ambition of becoming the first $1 trillion economy in the country. And for that, under our industrial policy, we have shortlisted 14 priority sectors, which are the engines of Maharashtra's economic growth. We need to fire those engines in order to realize the dream. And of course, defense and aerospace is one of the priority sectors. We contribute 21% to the national output and 42% to the national export. If we were to segregate arms and ammunition, then our contribution is 30% to the nation's share. What I think is required is we need to have a conducive ecosystem in terms of institutes, both in the public sector as well as corporates in the private sector. We need to have an enabling policy framework. As you are aware that Maharashtra is the first state in the country to come out with a dedicated defense and aerospace policy. And we need to come out with policy incentives, fiscal and non-fiscal incentives, which create the enabling atmosphere which attract investment in the state, domestic as well as international. I will stop at that. I would just mention that in spite of the disruption caused by COVID, during the last 2 years, the state was able to successfully attract huge investments. We inked MOUs with 123 companies to the tune of 2.70 lakh crores. Added to that, the foreign direct investment we attracted during the last 2 years is 2.80 lakh crores. So together with the regular investment that we get in the state, which is 62,000 crores, the total investment attracted is to the tune of 6 lakh crores, that is 86 billion US dollars. That is the success story of Maharashtra. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abhijit ji, for outlining the work going on in Maharashtra. But there's one point which I want to highlight, which came out of your talk. We all keep hearing about Indian economy touching 5 trillion. And then there is also a underlying principle that the manufacturing must go up from 16% to 25%, which means that manufacturing, which is around $450 billion today, needs to become $1 trillion. And that manufacturing can only come with a significant portion coming from defense and aerospace, which has got a large number of white spaces. Now, while this is the desire, the fact of the matter is that when we talked about the pie, 80 odd thousand crores, which was what was mentioned, if you see the last 5 years' growth, it does not say that we are moving in that direction of from 400 billion to 1 trillion. And hence the session which was held before us, which was dealing with exports, probably does provide an opportunity, but the question will come that have you supplied it to your own armed forces? And that's where the real question comes, that we need to become greater providers of our equipment to our armed forces, and that will give us the right momentum to achieve what we are looking at. So this was just because you mentioned 5 trillion, and 5 trillion will only be achieved when manufacturing is 1 trillion. So let's all work towards that. And one person who has seen it from very close quarters, and I'm again going to come to General Khandare. So General Khandare, would you like to say something into this? But before I come to them, my apologies. We have another very strong foreign OEM, and we have Mr. Andlim Shadman. Would you like to share your views on the, I would say, the prospects and the challenges which Atmanirbharta have thrown at you?
Absolutely. Greetings to everyone. Well, it's an interesting position to be Indian and to represent foreign OEM. And that's a balancing act that I would definitely do today. So for those of you, if you have not heard the name Hensoldt, it's not your fault. Because this name came into existence in 2017, so not very old. And of course the name is new, but the technology heritage is coming from more than 100 plus years. I mean, we have been the part of EADS or Cassidian or Airbus Defence and Space Defence Electronics Business Unit. So that has been our heritage. Plus, we works closely with many Indian companies in the background in developing some of the indigenous products. So you won't see the Hensoldt name much prominent in much forefront. That is one of the reasons. Coming back to what we do, the Hensoldt, we do systems from the social media monitoring to airborne SIGINT. We do a radar which can detect the UAVs for the counter drone radar, to the radar which flies on the fighter aircraft as a fire control. And we do electro-optics right from the handheld to something which goes to a James Webb telescope. So that's the kind of a spectrum of the product that I'm talking about. Coming back to very specific questions about Atmanirbharta or the self-reliance, and I'm sure that for almost every foreign OEM, this was the change. This was the change, and it follows a similar cycle of the change. That's, first of all, you start thinking, oh my God, does it mean that there will be no place of a foreign OEM in India? Is it going to be the case that we will be out of business? So that's from where it starts. And then slowly you start analyzing, you start mending your ways, you making the strategies around the frameworks, and then you evolve a new business model. And that's exactly what we have done. So in order to contribute to the self-reliance of India in the defense sectors, Hensoldt has come up with a very, very attractive and interesting business model. And when I say this, I say this with the confidence and responsibility that we are going much beyond build to print and a local production. We are talking to the Indian companies, for some cases, a complete design and IPR transfer. For some cases, we are discussing a co-production of the equipment in which we would share a kind of a we will have a market share and as well as the product share. In addition to a normal, regular, the transfer of technology-based local production business. So that's the crux. We believe that this is the only way in which we can contribute, the true intent of being self-reliant. But it also doesn't mean that we would be going out of a business. The business model is woven in such a way that in one hand, India and Indian industry is gaining a lot of self-reliance, but from the foreign company point of view, we are also in the supply chain or in the game.
Thank you so much, Mr. Andleep Shadman, for having forgotten to ask you before asking General Khandare. Let me do a bit of marketing for you. I have been to your plants and works number of times in the period 2006 to 8. EADS, it was known as then. And some of the finest technologies in TR modules were witnessed by us in your plant. And we are fully aware, and we also know, if people have not heard this name, they have surely heard the name called Telefunken. And that is the mother brand from where you came. So I hope now all is forgotten, having forgotten you to give your views. So after this marketing for Hensoldt, let's now get to General Khandare. And General Khandare, sir, I think with the time left with us, I would request you to sum up the views given by people, and then we will open our discussion to the House for some questions.
Thank you, Colonel Bhatia, sir. And a pleasure to see you conduct and give everyone an opportunity to explain to the people here that there's a bright future, and what we all need to do is what you have all outlined, which is extremely good. I want to specifically highlight issues like Dr. Sundarajan, you mentioned that textiles may not be something glamorous, but a person like me, when I was on the glacier, I knew what a clothing meant. So I think extremely important for us to have our own clothing with a lot of pride and a lot of protection and comfort. So we look forward to more development and more progress in that. And that is one sector where we can set global standards. So that is something which you all can look forward to. And Mr. Will, the way you explained 90% indigenization is a very good content, and more important than that, what you said is the way you have progressed and the cost cutting and the capability to manufacture more. This is exactly what is the mantra for going ahead. And I think every industrialist would want to hear these stories. And I think that is a lesson for all of us to learn. General Oberoi, again, a very respected senior of mine, and he's mentioned about the bulletproof jackets, something during COVID period, the way the soldiers have been kitted with indigenous bulletproof jackets is a matter of pride as well as fulfillment of our responsibility towards the soldiers. So while business can continue, I think the national responsibility is extremely important. Mr. Abhijeet, it's really wonderful to hear the success story of Maharashtra. And I think one thing I want to add there, what obviously you would have mentioned it, Maharashtra has done something more than just allocating land and doing encouragement, is arranging for finance. That is something extremely good that Maharashtra government has done. And that is an initiative of the dynamic leadership in the state. The more number of startups and MSMEs keep coming up, there is a continuous requirement of finances, and that's something which Maharashtra government has done really well. So compliments to the entire lot of apex level decision makers and the ones who have executed that. Now coming to the aspect of even Colonel Bhatia had mentioned a few things about how we have to ensure that before we go in for exports, the in-service equipment tag has to be achieved. And I think the policy part has been taken care of. At a stage, we used to look only at L1, but now I think we are going for L1, L2, so more number of people available to export, and that's not only for export but even the scales of manufacturing, because a single manufacturer may not be able to achieve that, and we are always tight for time. Unless we are able to supply everything within a limited time frame, the technology gets outdated. So the whole idea is to bring in equipment at the earliest, and that policy decision has been taken, implemented also. And more and more attitude shaping amongst the users has also been done. You would see a difference between how it used to happen earlier and how it is happening now. A little bit of a push and pull will continue to happen, considering the COVID pattern also. We continue to do well, and the supply chain assurance is definitely a must. Strategic materials and the chips, and the government is totally focused towards that. It's only a question of time, and I'm sure we'll head towards a better future. With that, I will put a stop to my remarks, and Colonel Bhatia sir, again we can take on the questions.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for giving the overall perspective and summing up every speaker's point so, I would say, well. This also, I totally endorse the viewpoint given by the chairperson that policy is more or less in place. But probably one thing which really needs to be done, and you did mention COVID, is probably breaking those silos which still exist. If you recall, during the COVID times, India worked without silos. You know, people were cutting across ministries, cutting across companies, cutting across departments, and with a single aim. That's how you were able to produce 5-7 vaccines nobody else could do. That's how we could vaccinate 2 billion people and still going strong. And that's how we tackled that kind of thing which we need to do for defense. So my point would be only one, that if we need to achieve, need to exploit what we call the prospects and overcome the challenges, what we need is two things. One is breaking silos, working as a nation together, and secondly, bridging that trust deficit which still remains. Today we saw one more notification on custom duty exemption. A good thing to move, but there are many such small little deficits which need to be plugged. But we are in the right direction. No longer is it a question whether it will happen. If at all the question is when it will happen. And that is the path which we all embarked upon. So with this, I think we have time for question answers. Let's throw this discussion open to the House. Anyone? Any questions, please? General Chakravarti, sir, has been raising his hand, please.
At the outset, I would like to thank General Khanderi and Bhatia, sir. I think but it doesn't have the back. Come on, okay. My question is to my dear friend Bill Blair. He wouldn't be recognizing me. I had very, very deep interaction with him. And the deepest interaction is when I bought the iPad and I met him at the Taj Mansingh. And he said it's going to transform my life. It did transform, I must tell you, Bill. Now, you mentioned something great. 90% indigenization. I just have returned from Dallas-Fort Worth, where your headquarters is. The United States, Canada, and Germany. Let me give you some statistics. The iPad, which we discussed, has got about more than major proportion coming from China even today. Boeing today is just an integrator. Bulk of the products are coming from outside. I remember Ambassador Mulford addressing us at the National Defence College. And he said, see, if you're going to waste your time in making all these things, like I remember a Mahindra person came and told me, why should India make engines? What is the point in wasting our time? Why do you want 90% when you as a country, you don't do any of these things? I was surprised in Texas when I found that the vegetables are all being grown in Mexico. And there was an occasion when about 78 people came in the trucks and you stopped those trucks and you had vegetable shortage. US doesn't even grow vegetables. What is this indigenization over self-reliance? You mean to say the US is not self-reliant? You mean to say that you today, Lockheed Martin at Dallas-Fort Worth makes every part? Certainly not. So why are we today so, shall we say, paranoid that when we say all this, it should be 90%? I don't think so. What we need is integration, be able to manufacture a product, and it should be available to us at a point of time. Why the 90%, 95%? Even Abdul Kalam, with whom I had the pleasure of working, never made such statements. I would request your views, sir.
Yeah, no. Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? No? Great. Mr. Chakraborty, great to see you again. And I remember those conversations actually a decade ago. Let me clarify. When I said 90% indigenous content, that's on the C-130J empennage. And we started at importing the parts, and we evolved it over time, engaging, and actually I will say accelerating the aerospace and defense ecosystem to be able to get to that level of indigenous content. But I agree with you, actually. I think the light combat aircraft is a great example of integrating the best capabilities you have on hand at the time, and then start to evolve and develop and advance the indigenous capabilities that I would say earn their way on the aircraft, such that you are pushing to have the best capability, world-class capability, to meet the Indian Air Force requirement, but now to be considered by Malaysia, I think, is a good example of the light combat aircraft, right? So I came from an aircraft engine background. We were never, yes, I will say, you know, you're integrating capabilities from trusted suppliers from around the world, one. And two, when we worked on joint ventures for aircraft engines, you weren't working with a country that was trying to have 100% of the capability. You were trying to marry two capabilities and advance, you know, the indigenous capability in that country you're partnered with. But that's true, I think, at a platform level. say with a multi-role fighter aircraft that we're offering when the competition comes up, we want to find, trusted partners in India, and then also our tier ones that can find, that might be globally based, that could find partners in India. But the challenge will be, what's that threshold indigenous content that both meets world-class capability that the Indian Air Force requires, as well as being able to evolve that to a point where you can export it. And I think that's where the challenge lies. And finding that balance. And so rather than pure import substitution, 100% indigenization list, what's the transition plan to not over-compromise on capability while still creating the catalyst to develop it here in India? And last comment, because I didn't make it earlier, it's speed, simplicity, and self-confidence. We need faster requirements, we need faster procurements, and we need to get into production and delivering that capability in here in India so we get more quickly to the ability to export that capability. And I think speed is probably one of our biggest challenges. I've heard Indian companies saying, I'm not getting the orders, but I'm making the investments. We're investing to meet a global requirement so that as and when the Indian requirements come up, we can meet that. So we're starting to build fighter wings in Hyderabad well in advance of a fighter aircraft requirement. So those are the things that I think, again, speed is going to help us hopefully get to the higher indigenous content faster.
If I can just add my viewpoint on this. Sir, trying to talk about 100%, 90% is not really the key. The key lies in having the knowledge of the system integration and I would say control over the critical technologies. That is the key. I don't think 100% indigenization or 100% for any country, for any product is possible. You will still import some transistors, something, but if you can design the card, you can design the algorithm, you can design those items, it's perfectly all right. So there'll be commodity products and there'll be critical technology. If we have control over the critical technologies, Atmanirbharta is achieved. That's the key. That's the way I look. Jan Khandare, would you like to, or you want to say something, sir?
Yeah, so first of all, I like your question. That's, I think, being the part of the defense electronics company and the kind of a product that we are talking about, localization in the defense electronics product, where you have a supply chain which may not necessarily be in India, plus most of the new products, or let's say state-of-the-art defense electronics products, they are designed considering two very important aspects. First thing is design for exportability and doing the little bit of a cost reduction. This means that there will be a more and more use of the commercial off-the-shelf electronics in the design of the latest electronics product. And it also means that there will be less and less proprietaryship or a very specific things. This means that the real IP lies in the system integration and how the whole system is envisaged together. When you give this know-how, or let's say you, as a part of the transfer of technology, and you ask an Indian company, okay, here, this is what it is, when you do it, then the Indian company would figure out that, okay, so this chip you buy from that company, this PCB you buy from that company, and most of those companies may not be present in India and may not be present. They're a global company. You don't know from where these things would come. So this, the indigenous content per se is definitely a challenge for defense electronics. I fully agree there.
Thank you. Anyone else with any other question? This could be the last question for this session. So I think there are no more questions. Nilanjana, over to you.
Thank you very much. Could I have a round of applause for that session we just had? May I please request Mr. Sri Krishna from Lokesh Machines Limited to please come up and present mementos to the chair of this session, the moderator, and our panelists. A memento to General Khandare, the chairperson of this session. A memento to the moderator, Sri Rajinder Singh Bhatia. Sir, I promised you. Absolutely. Mementos to our panelists now. Dr. S.K. Sundararaman, MD Shiva Taxi Unlimited. Major General Anil Oberoi, President Defence SM Group of Companies. Mr. William Blair, Vice President and Chief Executive India, Lockheed Martin. Mr. Andalib Shadman, MD, Hensol Private Limited. And Mr. Abhijit Ghorpade, GM Marketing and PR, MIDC. Thank you very much. Can we get together for a group photograph, please? Can I have a round of applause, please? And I hope everyone's smiling. I can't see from here. Are you all smiling? Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. So we have 3 more sessions to go. Who is smiling the most? I promised him a memento. Of course he will smile. Okay. We are going to break into another tea break. This will be a slightly longer, it's going to be high tea, because I'm sure all of you need a bit of fueling up, because we have 3 more very exciting and very important sessions to go, as you would have seen in the agenda. We will reassemble in exactly 25 minutes. I request you to visit our kiosks, very painstakingly put up. I request you to please interact with our kiosk partners. And I will see you in 25 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And kindly come back and settle down. Thank you so much. Good evening. I request all of you to please start settling down, ladies and gentlemen. We will start the post-high tea session with a very special session moderated by Nitin Gokhale. I request all of you to please settle down so that we can get on with the business of the day, sir. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, request all of you to please start settling down. Thank you so much. We are starting the next session. This is a special session where we will get an insight into the state of readiness of all three services. May I request the founder of BharatShakti.in and our moderator Nitin Gokhale to please escort our panelists on stage. Now I'm going to keep the introductions brutally short because I know that all of you are waiting for this important session. Vice Admiral S.N. Ghormade, Vice Chief of Naval Staff. He is a navigation and direction specialist. During his career spanning over 37 years, he has been through a myriad of operational and staff appointments. Lieutenant General Shantanu Dayal, Deputy Chief of Army Staff. He is an infantry officer, took part in active operations in Sri Lanka, Jammu and Kashmir and northeastern states. He has been an instructor at Commando Wing, Colonel GS in an infantry division, Deputy Commander in a mountain brigade, BGS operations in Command Headquarters, and DG at Integrated Headquarters of the Ministry of Defence Army. Air Marshal N. Tiwari, Deputy Chief of Air Staff. He took charge as the Deputy Chief of Air Staff on the 1st of October 2021. He has flown over 3,600 hours on various types of aircraft, and during his career he has held various staff and command appointments. Ladies and gentlemen, a very important special session. I hand over the session to the moderator, Nitin Gokhale. Thank you.
Good evening. Can I request all of those people who are having their cup of tea or the snacks to just settle down? We have a very interesting session coming up, especially because we have the Vice Chief of Naval Staff and the two Deputy Chiefs of one of the Army and the other of the Air Force, who are the decision makers when it comes to deciding on what procurement has to be done, and especially in the new system that has evolved over the past couple of years about emergency procurement, and you can call it fast track procurement if you want, because emergency is not continuous, it cannot last longer. So I would prefer to call it fast track procurement. I don't know what these gentlemen think, but I'm going to ask them one by one. But let me start with Vice Admiral Ghormade about the current state of Navy's procurement, and what is the emphasis these days? What is the Navy looking for in terms of self-reliance? Are you going to Indian companies more and more? Are they responding to your requirements? What is the status? If you can do a brief 2-3 minutes remark, and then we'll go around the table.
Thank you, Nitin. Firstly, the Navy has been in the forefront of indigenization and self-reliance right from many years. And therefore, over the years, we have nurtured a lot of industries, and we have been interacting with them for many years. And therefore, our thrust has always been to get indigenous items. We started our indigenization in 1960s itself, when the first ship Ajay was commissioned, and therefore it has been a progress towards a builder's navy. And therefore, we have gone in a very big way, especially recently with the setting up of the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization and TDAC, Technology Development and Acceleration Cell, where we have we launched the 75 challenges in July, and we are progressing very well. So therefore, indigenization is going well, and we are spending a lot of our budget towards the Indian industry.
That's very good to know, and you're right that the Navy has always sort of tried to encourage Indian industry, but I think even in the Army, General Dayal, I think of about last 3 years or so, if I remember correctly, I think you have gone to Indian industry for your immediate requirements on drones, counter drones, radars, and what have you. Even ammunition, I think you've gone to that. Give us a status of what's happening right now in the Army.
Thank you, Nitin. As far as the Army is concerned, Nitin has correctly mentioned, we have been kind of pioneering the Atmanirbhar Bharat for a very long time. And just to put a quantified figure to it, last year we signed contracts worth about 45,000 crores, out of which 87% was all on Indian industries. Now, as far as the overall capability development or the manner in which we procure things for the Indian Army, the focus on smaller things or lesser technology items like drones and routine items is the industry is well established. Challenge quotient is not very high. The issue or the focus area for us is looking at complex technologies or the equipment which we have traditionally been buying from foreign countries. And I must compliment the industry leaders who are all sitting here, that in the past few years, there has been a very substantial increase and very good progress in development of large and complex systems, be it vehicle platforms, be it guns, be it air defense systems, be it infantry weapons, be it sights. In each and every field which is required by the Indian Army, especially due to the operational situation which is there on our borders, in each and every field, I can say with a lot of confidence that the Indian industry has risen up to the occasion, and today we are in a position, in fact, in front of a very august gathering very recently, I confirmed that we will cross the figure of 95% procurement from Indian industry this year, and subsequent years.
That's a very good figure.
Subsequent years, inshallah, it will be 100%.
100%. That's very good to know, yeah. Marshal Tiwari, the Air Force is like the Navy and maybe much more than the Navy. It's more technology intensive, and perhaps that is a big challenge for the Indian industry. And yet, of last 2 years or so that one has been interacting with the industry, even MSMEs, they are saying that the Air Force has taken the lead in procuring a lot of drones, counter drones, even electronic systems from the Indian industry. How have you made that switch? I mean, you find the standards of the Indian industry having improved, or is it something that you're willing to give them a chance to improve as they go along?
Okay. First of all, especially since you correctly mentioned that airborne systems have their own, dimensions, especially in terms of certification, the challenges of quality, certification, etc. But I am happy to tell you here that in the last couple of years, we have done a few things. We have taken a few initiatives because there will be many here, probably small industries, who will vouch that in terms of hand-holding, we have gone out of the way, both on the ground and in the air. when it comes to testing the systems, a lot of the testing which we do are practically free of cost because we bear the cost. So that is in terms of encouraging the indigenous industry. But more importantly, we threw up challenges, like you mentioned, on counter drone systems, radars, electronic systems, and things like that. And I'm happy to tell you that the industry has stood up to the challenge. And I think there is a lot of vibrancy, there is a lot of motivation. They just needed probably a little bit of impetus in terms of actual orders, so that the money flow and the cash flow is there. And in the last couple of years, many of our contracts have gone to the private industry. In the IDEX, which was started a few years back, Air Force was the first service to actually do a contract with one of the IDEX winners. And today he's in such a position that he's got so much of orders that he's not able to fulfill in the required time. So it's a happy situation that way. And I think with the kind of talent and ability that is there in the Indian industry, I have no doubt that they will come up to the quality and the time frame that is needed. Of course, we do hand-holding. There are sometimes issues of quality, but as we work on it, we find that they are come up to it and they are as good as anyone else in the world. So I think we are very happy with that.
That's very good to know. Problem of plenty is very rare in Indian armed forces from the Indian industry. So that's an excellent thought that you've given. I have, our core audience here is also foreign defense attaches posted in India. And one of the objectives of this forum, which is now in the 7th edition, has been to make them aware of the Indian industry and also the capability and the skills that the Indian industry has, maybe MSMEs, maybe bigger industries. One of the fundamental questions that is always asked to us by them in our interactions is, you are asking us to take Indian industry products, but they may not be. I'm coming this way again now, taking the round like this. One of the things that they say is, well, is this product in the Indian Armed Forces? Are they using it? If they are not, then why are you asking us to go to the Indian industry? So that has been one of the problems in the past. Has that problem been overcome now? Do you see, do you get any feedback from our own DAs posted abroad, or in the interactions you do with foreign military leaders when they come, that Indian industry is getting to a stage where exports can be also achieved, and they will also have the confidence that you have inducted that equipment in your own forces?
Okay, let me just tell you, since I'm talking from the Air Force point of view, first of all, before I came to Air Headquarters, I was actually heading the National Flight Test Center, which did the flight testing for the LCA. And I can vouch, because I have been on the development program of the LCA, that it is as good as any other aircraft in the world today. So we have worked a lot on it. It's a very, very safe aircraft. So a lot of systems on board the LCA are made in India by our own MSMEs, whether it is the head-up display, whether they are the smart multifunction displays, whether there are certain critical radio sets and the other things, EW systems, radar warning receivers, name it. A lot of them is happening at the MSMEs level, including even things like the fuselage integration. Now, having flown for so many years in the development, we have matured to the stage that today it's a ready-made product available, and it's one of our flagship programs. And the Indian Air Force has supported it right through. So we are at this stage that we are at the cusp of so-called avionics and airborne systems revolution. And I think we have now the critical mass to build upon it and take it to the next level. And there are N number of Indian industries who are partners in this progress, and their products are actually flying on the aircraft. So I think we have reached that stage of maturity today.
I can recall that after 2015, LCA has now really got that traction. People are asking for it. When it first went to Bahrain for its first air show abroad in 2015, January 2015. After that, now Malaysia is asking for it, other countries are asking for it. So what you say is correct. So I think that should answer the queries from our friends, foreign friends who are here in this hall in a very large number. That's what it is. But General Shantanu Dayal, the other point that comes up from the Indian industry is also that they are willing to join the exports push by the government for $5 billion by 2025. But again, when they go out, people ask this question. Now, you spoke about artillery systems, guns, other indigenous products that are coming through. What is the stage at which all these systems, the guns, artillery guns, or small arms that are there, has the Indian Army been able to push their induction into your own use for your own units? Where is that right now?
Thank you, Nitin. Now, carrying on from the point where Tiwari left, as far as exports is concerned, when we go to a foreign OEM to buy anything, there are two critical factors: quality and cost. Now, unless our products, despite it being used by the Indian Army or not being used by the Indian Army, unless it becomes competitive in quality and cost, the export market or the market by my dear DA friends who are here may not be as large. Now, coming to the specific question which you asked me about our position as far as platforms, big platforms are concerned, guns and tanks are concerned, we have made good progress, very good progress in the past few years. And I can say with a lot of confidence, our procedures are deliberate, and therefore some of these procurements take time. But all the major complex systems to be procured from the Indian industry has already been initiated, and there are various levels of procurement. Let me come to each specific issue. For example, as far as armored or the tanks are concerned, most of the requirements of the tanks have been made up, except for the futuristic requirement in terms of light tank and the future tanks, as we call it, FRCV as we call it. Now, both these are in the process of getting final approval of the body which is there in the Army headquarters. Once that is there, and we have got the feedback from the industry that they would be in a position to make both these systems, which are some of the most complex and some of the most niche technologies as far as operational requirements are concerned. Coming to the guns, we have already made very good progress. As you are aware, we have already inducted K9 Vajra. ATAX is already in the process of getting inducted. The final touches or final trials are finishing. Hopefully by 1 or 2 months it get over. The user trials are already over. It has been a good system. We are very satisfied with the results. And I can assure the friends, my foreign friends here, that it is a very good system, worthy of being matched with some of the best in the world. Then in the offing are two more systems which we have, that is the mounted gun systems, two types, 105 caliber and 125 caliber, 155 caliber. And second is the towed gun system or the basic gun, which is of a large number. I am already aware that few Indian companies are already made very similar guns. So the moment we initiate the process, I am very sure, in fact, we are thinking of getting it some numbers through this, you want to call it fast track procedure, or you want to call it special powers, or whatever it is. Then the air defense complex systems in terms of successor air defense gun, in terms of fire control radar, tracking radars, in terms of low-level radars, and also in terms of handheld missiles or very short-range missiles, as we call it. Already both from our design and development point of view, as also from the point of view of being developed under the Make-II route, both are progressing quite well. So therefore, I can say with a lot of confidence that most of our big platforms would be available for the foreign market to facilitate what we have done. Instead of giving order to only one company, which was the traditional practice, we have started the procedure of giving orders at least to 2 companies, if not 3. That means if it is a large order, at least 2 Indian companies will get the order, maybe in the ratio 60-40 or 70-30, thereby making 2 companies with that credibility of having provided equipment for the Indian Army. Also, all other companies which successfully qualify, we will certify that they have successfully qualified. However, because of the maybe in the bidding process, maybe in the financial terms, but technically they are suitable for induction in the Indian Army. That we are ready to give to any other equipment which any of our Indian industry wants to field. We will try it out in our ranges and we'll give the certificate, even if immediately the requirement for the Indian Army is not there.
That's a very extremely important announcement that you're making, or at least making people aware, because this has been a very important point that the industry has been making, that while we lose the bid and we don't get inducted, then nobody sort of believes us. So I think one must congratulate the Indian Army if you're going to do that.
Let me repeat it so that
yes,
people have not catch it.
Right.
In addition to the procurement, if the Indian industry has made anything of military nature, which is required by the army or the land forces, and there is a potential for exports, you can approach us. Army Design Bureau is our nodal agency inducted. So that kind of certification can be provided, which can be used by the industry for the export need.
That's absolutely great news, I would think, for the Indian industry, which does not necessarily get the order, but you get the certification. In the meantime, let's welcome the Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Hari Kumar. Let's give him a round of applause. And we'll continue with our discussion, Admiral. So, that is an extremely important announcement that you have made. But Admiral Ghormade, I also point out that the Indian Navy has done some recent, initiatives on Sprint, IDEX, and 75 technologies to be tried out. How is that progressing, that program which was sort of initiated by the Prime Minister?
You brought out clearly that in July 18 July, the Prime Minister launched 75 challenges for developing new technologies, niche technologies, which would be fielded within 1 year. And this is coinciding with the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. This, I must just say that firstly, we are very proactively progressing with these technologies. I must say that apart from inducting niche technologies, we are also looking at creating an ecosystem, and which is defense ecosystem, which will nurture further innovation and indigenization, and also accelerating innovation. You'll all be happy to know that just for these 75 challenges, we received as many as 1,100 proposals. And these,
a large number, yeah.
These 1,100 proposals, this really speaks very highly of the technical capability and the entrepreneurship of Indian industry. I'm really happy to say that this is a golden moment for all of us, for the Indian industry, and for our great nation, that something like this ability exists. So we have gone through this 1,100 proposals. We've, in fact, out of which we have already selected 150, over 150. Means to be exact, as of today, the figure is 158, and in the coming week, the numbers will increase, which have been utilized. And these 158 proposals actually involve 100 MSMEs and innovators. So these are the ones which will provide us the capability. And these, I must say, these are niche capabilities like blue-green lasers. We're looking at various advanced radar systems, communication systems, underwater systems. So these technologies are something which we can be proud of and which we will be very happy to induct. And the way they are progressing, it's really heartening to see. And this is happening actually because of a coordinated approach between the industry, the industry partners, the Navy, who's the end user. Then we have the NIIO and TDAC. In addition, the Defense Innovation Organization. They are really working day in and day out. In fact, all this has been done in just last 2 months. You can imagine in 2 months since 18 July till today, these proposals have been examined and we have selected them and they are being taken forward. So this is something we can be proud of and we will make this a success.
Sure, you will, because the backbone of any industry, any sector is, of course, the MSMEs, the tier 1, tier 2, the companies that are there who are the main suppliers or the people who build the systems. But let me come back to you, Marshal Tiwari. This afternoon, the Chief of Air Staff was here, and in his remarks, he mentioned that in association with the base repair depots, the Air Force has indigenized some 48,000 spare parts. Is that the way forward? I mean, many of your aircraft, your systems are from foreign OEMs. For instance, Russian systems are there. Is there a trend for indigenizing more and more spare parts and manufacturing them here? How is that going?
So I think the point is right. Almost whenever aircraft or any system goes for servicing, there are some things which are mandatorily to be changed. So of those, things like seals, washers, some aero lubes, etc., 98% have already been indigenized. So it's a fairly large number. And we took this conscious decision many years back. It is not something which has happened overnight. It's a process of more than last 20 years, where if you go wherever our BRDs are located, there is a very vibrant ecosystem of small MSMEs who are actually, supporting this and make it happen. And they are doing approximately a business worth about 600 crores. So that's the number we are looking at. And this is going to increase all the more as the recent conflicts have shown that spares can become a challenge. And therefore, we are only going to accelerate this program. And in the future, bigger systems, they are already in the process of indigenization. We are doing indigenization of a lot of our role equipment and ground support equipment that is practically made in India in many different parts, especially in the defense corridors. A lot of our tires and things like that are getting indigenized. In fact, we are right now, as we speak, already started the flight testing trials of the LCA tires, which we are early buying from UK, are now getting indigenized. So this work is happening at a very, very good pace. And I think there is a lot of promise, because we have seen that wherever we have actually gone to indigenous equipment, we have got a better terms, both in terms of quality as well as price, as well as durability. So it actually is a win-win situation for all of us.
It also sustains the industry, because after all, your revenue procurement is what sustains any industry really. But that brings me, General Dayal, to the point that the new fast track, what I call fast track, you call emergency procurements, has that helped speed up? Because I remember General Narawane, who was then the chief of Army Staff, sitting here, he had mentioned that we had done same 85% or 87% of indigenous industry requirement. Again, another round of emergency procurement powers have been given to you. Does that work in breaking down contracts and getting things faster? Should this be a institutional mechanism in the long run? What's your view?
Very interesting question, I must say. So the question is whether I will call it special powers should be institutionalized. Well, in a way, if you say it, we had these powers in 2020. We gave contracts under the same policy in 2021, and again we are going to give in 2022. So in a way, it is already institutional. But let me on a serious note explain this. You see, there is no in principle objection to institutionalize the whole thing. However, and since a large number of industry leaders are here, let me put it across the same question another way. Is the industry ready to get into this system? Because this system mandates or enjoins delivery of the item in a very short time frame. In this particular case, it is 1 year. Now, while small systems and very simple technologies can be produced and delivered in 1 year, But even the smaller systems, what we contracted in 2020 under special powers are yet to be delivered. Now,
That could be a problem, yes.
So now let me explain this. You know, the three essential issues which we battle with when we go through these powers. Number one is the production time. Number two is, I will call it technology vetting. You can call it trials, you can call it testing, whatever it is. And third is financial vetting, the cost negotiation. Now, as far as production is concerned, as I said, simple system, no problem. Why we cannot go for bigger systems under emergency powers or the special powers is because we don't, as I see it from outside the industry, and whatever little I have learned from industry which is there in other countries, we don't have a system of a very a close-knit, harmonious relationship between one industry body which makes a particular subsystem, another industry body which makes another system, a conglomerate or a joint venture or a consortium. Now, we have consortiums, but the consortium is of one vertical. What is required is, as I have seen in some other countries, for example, when I was talking to one of these people who make tanks in Germany, they say they have a consortium of people who make the armor, who make the engine, who make the transmission, who make the sights, who make the gunnery. Now, whether that same equipment which is already in production is required, a little upgrade is required, a different type, a lighter weight is required, a heavier weight is required, all these people who are part of that consortium specialize in that. They are perhaps the best in the world. And therefore, anything they require, they don't have to go for individual contracts at that point of time. They are already a very harmonious and a very kind of a biological link between these two these companies, which facilitates the production of any complex system in a very expeditious and a critical time frame. That is the first point. When we come to technical vetting, now this is the responsibility of the services in the government. We have done a lot of actions, or we have taken a lot of actions. For complex systems also, we will only undergo demonstration come evaluation. Obviously, we should be satisfied in that demonstration come evaluation that that complex system is worthy of being inducted without having it been put through these sustained and a deliberate process of
trials and
QAs
tests,
and
yeah.
trials and all that. So this time we will make an attempt, and since industry leaders are there, we will put through many of these complex systems under the special procurement process. Limited numbers, whatever is feasible in 1 year. Let us see what is feasible. This will also be, as far as we look at it, this will always be an harbinger or as a lead for larger orders to follow. And third is the cost negotiation. Now, what is the difference between normal procurement and special powers? In the normal, the time taken for cost negotiation is too long. One of the reasons for it being too long is lack of, maybe for want of a better word, I will use transparency on the part of the government and our finance people, who are very good people, to understand the cost breakdown. Justification versus transparency. Justifying that cost versus giving the breakdown is the challenge. All the cases I have seen where the breakdown is given in a very, very transparent manner, it goes on very fast. So one of the things which precludes procurement of very, very complex systems or big systems under special powers is this issue. If we have that system of greater transparency of the breakdown of various equipment and sub-equipment, then maybe it will be very fast, because there is hardly any scope of negotiation, hardly any reason for justification.
So I suppose the industry as well as the services and the finance people, all of them have to mature and come to the realization that system is changing and that is required. I think that's the point that you're making. Admiral Ghormade, what's your view on this fast track procedure or the special powers? Have they helped the Navy get what they wanted in the past couple of years? Has that fast track the procurement?
Yeah, it definitely has fast-tracked the procedure for us using the emergency powers, which we have done in 2021. And we have been able to get the right indigenous and even some spares and ammunition which was required for meeting our requirements. And we've been able to do them in a time-bound manner, following all the procedures, and we have been able to achieve. So it's been a very good.
One last round of questions to all of you. Let me ask you, Admiral Ghormade, again. Going forward, the one example of INS Vikrant being the first indigenous aircraft carrier being inducted into the Indian Navy, that has created an ecosystem. Does that help in your future shipbuilding process and shipbuilding industry has come of age? So does that help the Navy going forward to completely indigenize and not sort of go into getting some of your sensors, some of your electronic equipment, all that, or engines, for instance, I think is a weak point, perhaps the gas turbine engines. Is that going to be kind of a push because of the success of INS Vikrant being inducted?
Yeah, very much. In fact, INS Vikrant, the indigenization content is 76%. And whatever we have achieved, there are many, many takeaways which we have achieved from the construction of the indigenous aircraft carrier. One of them is, of course, the fully indigenous steel, which was developed with DRDO, Steel Authority of India Limited, and the Navy. And this steel, DMR 249, has been indigenized, that a warship grade steel, the entire aircraft carrier was made, and all new warships that we are constructing almost now 43 warships which are under construction indigenously. The steel will be used as the indigenous steel. So that's a big useful aspect. Then we have developed almost more than 100 MSMEs which have come, and a large number of vendors, and they have, whether it is electronics, whether it is the complete cabling, whether it's the equipment on board, electronic systems, electronic warfare systems, all these are being made indigenously. And this has given a special push. So we will be able to utilize these in our future shipbuilding. So it's been a big takeaway. I think we need to just nurture it, make sure, build much more. And we are progressing very fast. Actually, I think the industry is coming of age, whether it is weapons and sensors, which are the ones which we need to. The fight component, we are working very hard. I think the industry is also showing us lots of promise.
That's great to know. General Shantanu Dayal, taking off from what the Vice Chief of Navy was saying, what is the role that the MSMEs are playing in this whole new transformation that we are seeing towards self-reliance in the Indian defense sector? What is your experience as far as the MSMEs are concerned?
MSMEs obviously have a big role to play as far as the Indian Army's capability is concerned. There are large number of new technologies which are emerging today in the environment, and these technologies have various forms, diverse forms. So therefore it is more practical for small industries and startups who can make this diversity into a reality which is required in the form which is required by the Indian Army on the front. See, operational requirements are a little dynamic in nature. It keeps changing. Now, to have the procurement also as flexible as the dynamic operations need is a little challenge for big industries because they have big assembly lines. It comes very easy to the MSMEs. And this quality of MSMEs, this quality of startups is what the Indian Army is utilizing, exploiting, if I may. Now, large number of most of these niche technologies or new technologies which has been now available to in the environment has all been or mostly been procured by the Indian Army from MSMEs. Last year we gave a contract worth about 3,000 crores to the MSMEs, and our aim this year to increase that numbers. we have various forums which I think everybody is aware in terms of IDEX, in terms of TDF, in terms of Make 2 procedure. In that also large number of MSCs are participating. To facilitate the work of MSMEs, because there are financial constraints, there are technological constraints as far as MSME is concerned, what we have done is, we have ensured that the trial procedure, their checking procedures are very, very shortened, very, very simplistic. One trial only. Even if there are certain inadequacies, we accept that inadequacies as a Mark 1 or as the initial prototype by limited numbers. Thereafter, give him some time after the first contract is over to further improve upon it, and if he is able to do so by a larger number. So in that form, most of these like drones, small counter drones, jammers, some smaller sites, some aiming devices, something to add on to a protection of the infantry soldiers, something to add on to his various sites at night. All these are now, we are sourcing these orders to the MSME. And we are getting good results, and we will do everything to encourage the MSME.
That's good to know. Marshal Tiwari, final word to you. LCA so far has sort of gone through the process of the development and then now coming to a stage where the Air Force has accepted it. You also announced the sanction for LCA Mark II, development of LCA Mark II. Will that help accelerate the MSME's role and the skill development or the requirement to be met in the Indian MSME sector or even the Indian industry? LCA Mark II, what role will it play?
Yeah, right. The LCA Mark II is an important program for us. Of course, it's a build-up on the Mark I, and it is important because the MSMEs associated with Mark I, a lot of them will also get associated with Mark II, and subsequently with the AMCA, which is going to come up. So this gives some continuity and a future to the MSMEs, because finally they have to look at a business sense. So it makes business sense to have this program running, and the capability of the aircraft is only going to get better and better. So that will naturally spur the industry also to look at newer innovations and make sure that it stands the technological test of time. And once that happens, you will find that I'm quite confident, and there already are many MSMEs which are plugged into the global supply chain. That is important in the aviation sector, because the numbers should not be just enough to support the Indian Air Force.
So you are the only customer for them here.
Yes. Yeah. So finally, we have to look at for it to be make economic sense, that their product should be good enough that it can fit in anywhere. And today, many of the MSMEs here and even bigger companies are supplying and part of the global supply chain. So once this manufacturing critical mass is set up, it will only improve, and I think there is a real bright future ahead for us.
So really the takeaway from this session for me as someone who runs a portal that supports self-reliance in defense is the fact that all three services are actively promoting Indian industry, not only promoting but also supporting MSME efforts and indigenization in a very big way. So a round of applause to the gentlemen who are responsible for this. I'm afraid we have run out of time. We've got 3 more sessions to go, short sessions but very important sessions. So I'm going to end here, and over to you, Niranjana, for this. Thank you very much, all three of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Not only was this a newsworthy session, but everyone was listening with rapt attention. So a wonderful session. May I please request Nitin to present mementos to our 3 panelists. A memento to Vice Admiral S.N. Ghormade, Vice Chief of Naval Staff. To Lieutenant General Shantanu Dayal, Deputy Chief of Army Staff. And to Air Marshal N. Tiwari, Deputy Chief of Air Staff. Could we please have a group picture taken after this? Can I have another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for taking out the time and speaking at this session. Next, we have another important session, as Nitin said, 3 back-to-back very important sessions. The next session is an interaction with the Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral R. Harikumar. It is my honor to introduce him. I request Amitabh Revi, Associate Editor, StratNewsGlobal.com, to please escort the Chief of Naval Staff on stage. While I introduce him, Admiral R. Harikumar has specialized in gunnery. He has commanded INS Nishank, INS Kora, INS Ranveer and INS Virat. His flag appointments include Commandant of the Naval War College at Goa and Chief of Staff, Western Naval Command. Prior to taking over as Chief of the Naval Staff, the Admiral was Flag Officer Commanding in Chief, Western Naval Command. Amitabh, I hand over the session to you.
Good evening and welcome to India Defence Conclave, Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral. You'd like to address our gathering and then maybe you could have an interaction with you and throw it open to any questions from the audience. Please, sir.
Shri Nitin Gokhale, founder of Bharat Shakti, military and defense attaches, industry leaders, military professionals, flag officers, members from the academia, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I think Bharat Shakti, I thank Bharat Shakti for inviting me to the Indian Defence Conclave, which is an event which has grown exponentially in stature and impact since its initial days in 2015. I must also convey my appreciation for the aspirational and logical progression of the concave's theme over the years, from enhancing defense capability through cooperation in the initial editions, graduating to enhancing defense exports and indigenization, and now maturing to defense cooperation through collaboration. I think that is the path to the future. While traversing from what I like to call a contested present into an uncertain future, I am convinced that collaboration has to be one of the defining principles for India and the world. And history is replete with examples of successful, high-profile and visible collaborative ventures. However, I will find a basic example from the daily life of a seafarer, which will be quite apt to underscore the essence of collaboration. Moreover, the seas of the world, being a global commons and a shared heritage, they have always fostered a sense of working together. Coming to the example, the most common sight for a maritime practitioner like me while standing watch at sea is the incessant flow of merchant ships carrying the world's cargo and driving growth and prosperity across the globe. So if one were to look at any one of these merchant ships, you will see it flying the flag of one state, owned by a person from some other state, insured in a third state, carrying cargo from one to one or more other states, bound for yet many other states, and interestingly manned by personnel from a host of different countries once again. So to my mind, this coming together of disparate entities in a collaborative manner, albeit inadvertently and unplanned, has facilitated global commerce, growth and prosperity since ages, harnessing the ubiquity and ease of reach of the oceans. So when it comes to the present day security paradigm, contemporary challenges too are similarly characterized by ubiquity and invasive reach, and moreover they have transcended traditional domains to now straddle a complex web of state, non-state and private actors, as well as diverse technologies, capabilities and various areas of competition and contestation, making defense of our respective national interests equally complex. So this is also underscored by our Honorable Prime Minister of India, who said, and I quote, "Earlier we used to imagine our defense only till our land, sea and sky. Now the circle is moving towards space, cyberspace, economic and social space." Unquote. Suffice to say that the overall threat spectrum has evolved significantly. And to my mind, in order to defend this rather complicated security paradigm, there are two important imperatives. Internally, a national security enterprise must necessarily have to be not just a whole of nation approach, but a whole of society approach, including contributions from the Indian defense industry. And externally, like-minded nations must strengthen cooperation and collaborate where feasible to improve respective capacities and capabilities. So when I look at these two imperatives and at the audience today, synergies become apparent. On one hand, the Indian defense industry has set itself on an aspirational trajectory, I would say, to expand its range of defense solutions and products, as well as seek potential partners for both development and delivery. On the other hand, our friends from foreign countries are exploring many possible avenues to further enhance security quotient of their respective nations through identifying suitable partners and products. And this conclave provides an apt setting to do just that. So when it comes to cooperation and collaboration, trust and assurance become the central pillars on which the rest of the venture stands. And I'm sure the defense attaches present here would agree with me when I say that we do enjoy a fair bit of it. Our approach as a nation towards interacting with the world has been underpinned by the 5 S's. That is, Samman or respect, Samvad or dialogue, Sahyog or cooperation, Shanti or peace, and Samriddhi or prosperity. So this has resonated with our friends in the region. So as a consequence, our nation, our actions as a nation and as the armed force have always been to join hands wherever we can in a collective pursuit of security and stability for mutual growth and prosperity. So you could look at the COVID response, for instance. You would have witnessed India's extensive outreach to the region in terms of vaccines, medicines, protective equipment, trained personnel, and so on. And equally, our friends in the region too, they reciprocated by sharing their resources, such as liquid oxygen, oxygen cylinders, etc., when we needed them the most. And I would say that these are enduring examples of trust, respect, and assurance. And as far as the Navy is concerned, and as most of you may be aware, we are already cooperating and collaborating extensively with our friends and partners at sea, and we look forward to enhancing this further in our pursuit of promoting free, open, inclusive, and rules-based order in the oceans. However, such inclusive efforts can only be possible if there is requisite capacity and capability, including in the defense sector. And in this context, the defense manufacturing ecosystem in India plays a pivotal role, and India's domestic defense production is rising phenomenally, catalyzed by the ongoing team effort comprising public, private sector entities, academia, and innovators. So there is abundant enthusiasm, eagerness, and energy that is propelling India's defense manufacturing sector forward. We have heard all this in the session we just concluded. While this has a positive impact on military preparedness of the armed forces, it also has positive connotations for the region as a whole. So there are two aspects to it. As I briefly mentioned earlier, a significant amount of the capacities and capabilities that we accrue will be dedicated towards cooperative and inclusive endeavors which promote security and stability in the region. Secondly, the cutting-edge defense products that our industry produces may find applicability and use for our friends in the region. So it is here that the factors of trust, respect, and assurance will come into play. And I am sure many of you will find a reliable partner in the Indian defense industry. So there is immense potential, and I urge all the participants to explore every avenue, to join hands, to collaborate, as we continue to enhance our defense cooperation. So on that note, I will conclude, and I'm sure the day's proceedings must have been fruitful for you. So thank you, and I'm willing to take on some questions.
Admiral, I was just looking back in time before this session this morning and looked back to, if I remember the date correctly, 12th August 2013. Nitin Gokhale was our defense editor in NDTV then. I was in NDTV as well. And he had sent me to cover the launch of INS Vikrant. I think Captain DKS was also with us at that time. I mean, in terms of indigenization, as you say, Bravo Zulu, capabilities, capacities, but just wondered your views, sir, in terms of the comparison and how breakneck speed that China has been developing its fleet, not just its aircraft carriers. In that light, how would you see the Indian Navy?
See, we should not get into a comparison with anybody. We should see what is our national interest and whether we have the assets to meet those national interests. The role of the Navy is to protect, preserve, and promote our national interests in the maritime domain. So we have embarked on this indigenization drive since 1961 when INS Ajay, or the first small patrol boat, was indigenously made in India. And since then, we have progressed a long way. We have built corvettes, frigates, destroyers, and now landing craft, biggers, tankers, and now we've made the aircraft carrier. I don't know whether you had a chance to go on board and see the ship, but I would rate the quality of workmanship, the quality of the ship, with the final product to be world class. Kudos to Cochin Shipyard Limited and all the industry partners. There are more than 944 Indian industries who are involved. About 144 Indian OEMs who are involved. There was about 94 MSMEs who are involved, and over 2,000 Cochin Shipyard personnel and about 13,000 plus personnel from the various other ancillary units. So it's a great achievement, and today we can count on our fingertips the number of countries which can make aircraft carriers. So therefore, we have, in a sense, we have arrived there in shipbuilding, and we need to strengthen this and take it forward.
Absolutely. As I think VSN has mentioned, 76% indigenization in the aircraft carrier. What is the decision-making progress in terms of the aircraft on board? I mean, we hear a lot about it. I'm asking you this is, I have one foot in StratNewsGlobal as well. So
we, as far as the aircraft are concerned, I just want to tell you first that as a Navy, I have given a commitment to our Honorable Prime Minister that 2047 we will have a completely indigenous Navy, whether it be ships, submarine, aircraft, unmanned systems, or weapons, the entire complex. So that is what we are targeting. 2047 is the time we have set for ourselves to say that we will be completely Atmanirbhar Navy. So we are going to work towards that. Having said that, as of now, you're aware of the LC Navy project. The LC Navy will be doing trials on board. But that is actually the step towards the TED-BF, that is the twin-engine deck-based fighter. So we are aggressively pushing for that. The basic QRs have already been put in place, and now we need to take it to get it processed to the CCS for getting the approvals. So that is what we are looking at. As of now, it will be the MiG-29 case which we operate, which will fly from these from this deck, and which will provide the aircraft for operations. At the same time, we feel there may be a gap because MiG-29 case there is not much availability anymore. So we are looking at a as a stopgap solution. So towards which we have had some trials done by both Rafale as well as F-18. We are still awaiting the evaluation report. So once it comes, then we'll take a call and we'll see what is. But our final destination is the twin-engine deck-based fighter, for which we are going to, spare no effort to make sure that it meets the timelines and comes out by 2026, at least the prototype, and then the production.
You mentioned 2047, Admiral, in terms of your goals and what you're targeting. In terms of the debate over a third aircraft carrier, what are your thoughts on when you're looking forward? Are we even looking at nuclear propulsion? Are we looking at different technologies in terms of catapults on aircraft carriers? Or do you take off from where we are at this moment if we look forward to another aircraft carrier?
I don't want to, discuss whether we need 3 aircraft carrier, 4 aircraft carrier, 5 aircraft carrier, etc., because that is actually not the real issue of relevance. The issue is we need to have 2 aircraft carriers operational. So right now the second aircraft carrier, Vikrant has just got commissioned. We want to get her operational, get her ready, and then we will examine the further requirements. This is a time also when substantial progress has been made in terms of unmanned aircraft, UCAVs, etc. And this is gained a fair amount of momentum even in our country. You're aware of the various defense partners, private industry who are working on this. So will it help to go for a manned-unmanned teaming with the existing carriers, or what is the type of carriers that you are looking at? What are the type of ships that you are looking at? So this is still under discussion. We have not yet made up our mind. We have not moved any case, etc. So this is also linked to the ICATS process, which is underway for the last about almost a year and a half, and which may come to fruition in another 8 months or 1 year's time. So it's a ongoing planning process that is happening, and once that happens, then we will decide whether we need to go for a larger one or the repeat order, or whether we need at all. But there is a thought process that whatever capability that has been built up in Cochin Shipyard, we should try and consolidate on it. So there are also options for the Cochin Shipyard to build an aircraft carrier for other countries, or sell it. So these are the various options that are available.
In terms of options, Admiral, just when you're talking about aircraft carriers or vessels of any sorts, what are the lessons that are learned, say, for example, from what happened with the Russian flagship, Moskva, the Black Sea flagship, when it was targeted? What are the lessons that the Indian Navy learns from that kind of warfare?
About the Russia-Ukraine conflict, I think the Prime Minister was very candid in his discussion with the Russian president. So he had said that this is not an era for war. So that, keeping that aside, what I find that, as Thucydides had said in, I think, 340 BC, that nations go to war over only 3 things. That is fear, honor, interest. So I think that is fairly relevant today also. Nothing has changed in that respect. But there is much to see from the special military operations undertaken by Russia. We have seen new technologies being used, drones, cyber, space, all sorts of precision ammunition, all that is being used. We see the importance of supply chains. We see the requirement for Atmanirbharta, to ensure that you have your own equipment which is available to you to, provide to your military and to defend your country. We see the effect of blockade, the food grain shortage that has been created, the interdependencies, worldwide created by the global supply chain, the impact of social media and this we see differing narratives from both sides, and the influence, or I would say the weaponization of the cognitive domain, by which the minds are getting sort of influenced. So there is much to learn from this conflict, as in any conflict, I would say. And as a navy, as a military, we are seized of it. And what is evident is what Clausewitz had said, that the character of war keeps changing. It's like a chameleon, and however its nature remains permanent. Brutal, and the type of effect that it brings in.
Admiral, when you're talking about supply chains, again, when you talk Soviet Union, Russia, Ukraine, gas turbines, the supply chains, how affected by the conflict is the Indian Navy?
We are not really hard-pressed as of now. We have adequate stocks of spares. So there has been no let-up in our deployment of ships or aircraft today. We have taken steps to get help from our own industry. You may be aware that in a ship there are three components in shipbuilding. That is the float, to move, and to fight component. So in the float component we are almost 100%. That means the steel we make, almost everything that is there in the ship, in the basic hull, is almost 100%. I would say maybe 98 or 95%. In terms of move, we are around 65 to 70%, and that is where the main propulsion, whether it's gas turbines, diesel engines, or the gas turbine generators. So these we have been importing from both from the west as well as from the east. We have now taken a decision that we will make it in India. So it might take maybe 4 years, 5 years, but all out efforts are on to make it. Whatever spares are required for this, either we get from abroad or we'll try and make it in India. So this is the effort that has been focused. Efforts are being put in our being pursued, and we are quite confident that we will achieve results in that. The third component is, of course, the fight component, where we are only around 50% as of now. But the progress is rapid. Ammunition, we have just indigenized in many of the calibers. Weapons also, now we find great support from the industry. So we are quite confident that maybe 2 years, 3 years, 4 years down the line, we will have our own, a good component of, good percentage of it will be manufactured in India itself.
The SSBN program, Admiral, is that on track? How does transfer of technology affect it? How does it sit with the Make in India program?
I don't want to comment on this.
Whatever
now.
you can publicly.
Yeah. But I can assure you that it is completely indigenous, and it's going well.
And we have a parallel lease program as well. Does that give us leeway to develop indigenous SSN?
There is no lease program for the
SSN.
No, there is no. We had earlier taken SSN on lease. So now that lease is over. So now we are, pursuing a possibility.
My last question, Admiral, would be: we spoke on StratNewsGlobal recently to Dr. Ashley Tellis, who had put out a project report, which he calls INFRAS, which is again to do with nuclear propulsion, submarine technology. He was suggesting that India needs to diversify away from Russia to, say, a France and US model. Is that something that has been looked at as well?
There has been no offers from any of these other countries. We do have very close cooperation with Russia. We do have very close cooperation with France. But there have been no specific offers that I am aware of.
Admiral, thank you for being so candid as you can publicly. If there are any questions from the House, most welcome. Otherwise, I don't know, Mr. Kalyani is waiting and the Chief is also there. I think we can continue. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that very, very interesting session. May I please request Mr. Kishore Atluri, President of Zen Technologies, to present mementos to our moderator and Admiral Hari Kumar. A memento to Amitabh now. Mr. Atturi. Can we take a quick group picture, please? Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. And now we have a special address. May I request Nitin Gokhale to please escort Sri Baba Kalyani to the stage. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce him to all of you. Sri Baba Saheb Neelkant Kalyani is the Chairman and Managing Director of Bharat Forge Limited, flagship company of the Kalyani Group, a leading engineering conglomerate headquartered in Pune. Kalyani Group of Companies stage. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce him to all of you. Sri Baba Saheb Neelkant Kalyani is the Chairman and Managing Director of Bharat Forge Limited, flagship company of the Kalyani Group, a leading engineering conglomerate headquartered in Pune. Kalyani Group of Companies have joint ventures with several global MNCs. Bharat Forge Limited is today widely acknowledged as the #1 forgings company in the world, with the largest repository of metallurgical knowledge in the region and capability to supply sophisticated high-technology components to almost every leading OEM across automotive, oil and gas, railways, marine, mining, and aerospace sectors. Mr. Kalyani, may I request you to give us the roadmap for India as a defense manufacturing hub.
The Chief of Army Staff, General Pandey, Vice Chief of the Naval Staff, Admiral Gormadi, Deputy Chiefs of Air Force and Army, my distinguished colleagues from the industry, Nitin Gokhale, colleagues from Bharat Shakti, who have organized this India Defence Conclave 2022, and ladies and gentlemen. I should first take this opportunity to compliment Nitin and his team at Bharat Shakti for organizing this annual platform, the India Defence Conclave, that has now become a must-to-go event in our calendars. Nitin, I also compliment you and your team at Strategic News International for stellar work in coverage and reporting of international affairs with great analysis and insight. The overarching theme for today's conclave, defense cooperation through collaboration, is a very apt theme. I personally believe the slew of reforms introduced in the last few years has successfully created several platforms that have significantly enhanced collaboration between the three services and the Indian industry. I can safely claim that the services have reposed faith in the capabilities of Indian industry, and the industry has been able to successfully live up to the expectations by developing and supplying indigenous products and platforms. The MAKE projects, the positive indigenization lists, the IDEX challenges demonstrate this growing collaboration. As our Honorable Raksha Mantri, Sri Rajnath Singh Ji has reiterated, India aspires to be a net exporter of defense products and expects to achieve a US $5 billion export. What is noteworthy is that the entire Ministry of Defense machinery, including the senior officials, the Ministry of External Affairs through its missions, the defense attaches in the embassies, the services, the defense PSUs, and the Indian industry are taking a whole India approach in leaving no stone unturned to meet this ambitious objective. Made in India products are actively being promoted by the Ministry of Defense. As manufacturers, we are witnessing unprecedented interest in products and weapon platforms being offered by Indian companies and significantly more export opportunities. We will soon have several more success stories in addition to the light combat aircraft LCA and or the BrahMos at this time from the private sector. I personally believe we are at a point of inflection. The crisis in Europe has thrown in an open and uncomfortable reality that even the Western nations are underprepared for an extended land-based war. The emerging new geopolitical alignments have also forced every nation to become self-reliant. This only further substantiates the Atmanirbhar Bharat mission and the India First approach being driven by our Honorable Prime Minister and the Government of India. The neutral diplomatic stance taken by the government provides a distinct advantage to India to also emerge as a preferred strategic defense partner to several friendly nations, and thereby complement the India First initiative and strengthen India's foreign policy. This also necessitates that Indian industry to rise to the occasion, develop and promote and export indigenously designed and developed and manufactured, what is known popularly as IDDM, modern weapon platforms, Indian products with ownership of intellectual property, IP, strengthens our positioning and provides a distinct competitive advantage in the world markets. Gone are the days for Indian merchant companies that are engaged in promotion of CKD kits of foreign OEMs. Exports of design and made in India IDDM platforms with Indian IP marks the beginning of this new era for India's defense. As responsible stakeholders, let us participate and contribute with pride to strengthen brand India as we set foot in this new era for the Indian defense industry. At this juncture, let me cite an example of products that we developed in our company Bharat Forge, whose genesis was this very Bharat Shakti seminar in the third edition of this event on 29th October 2018. We invited the then Chief of Army Staff to visit Bharat Forge and witness the artillery platforms that we were developing. He agreed and visited our manufacturing facilities 2 months later in December 2018. He was accompanied by the current Chief of Army Staff, who is here with us today, and some other senior officials. While acknowledging our company's ability to design, develop, and manufacture indigenous artillery platforms, he threw up a challenge and asked, Mr. Kalyani, would you be able to offer us, Indian Army, a truck-mounted version of the 155 millimeter 39 caliber gun, which can provide us the shoot and scoot ability in the treacherous mountain terrains of northern and eastern Himalayan regions. Acknowledging the needs of the user, we developed not one but two truck-mounted platforms, the Garuda 105, which is a 105 millimeter 37 caliber on a 4x4 platform, and the 155 millimeter 39 caliber on a 4x4 platform. First time ever in the world, a 155 millimeter gun is on a 4x4 platform. Both these platforms were fully indigenously developed, designed, and manufactured with 100% indigenous content. Today, while we do see interest within the Indian Army for these platforms, I take pride in conveying that we are witnessing a larger interest by several countries, thus championing our export aspiration. What is noteworthy is that our customers abroad are also greatly value the distinct advantage an Indian company brings to the table. The Chief of Army Staff is here, and I am confident that you would agree to this, sir, that this is the way forward for Indian defense, made in India, modern defense platforms with Indian IP. I returned yesterday from a week-long tour to the United States, visiting Detroit for the auto show. That's a large part of our business, automotive industry, where I witnessed established automotive majors and emerging startups showcasing new technologies and platforms. We also showcased a new technology and platform for the electric vehicle commercial industry, which was greatly appreciated by the OEMs in the United States. Troubled with supply chain disruptions that have emerged in the last 2 years, large multinationals are compelled to develop new manufacturing sourcing partners from safe sourcing destinations like India. While the rest of the world is grappling with rising costs, India has demonstrated its ability to control its inflation and remain competitive. With Indian companies providing the necessary technological edge, I can safely claim that we are at the cusp of a manufacturing and technology revolution that will establish India at the epicenter of the global value chains. Indian companies shall offer most advanced products using state-of-the-art technology, pioneering innovations with full ownership of intellectual property, and assume leadership role in several future domains. It is with this backdrop, A, Atmanirbhar Bharat agenda and the India First foreign policy. B, India positioned as a preferred strategic defense partner to friendly nations ushering a new era. C, India at the cusp of manufacturing and a technology revolution. That as a country, we should chart as the roadmap for India as a defense industry hub. The near-term aspirations for the Indian defense is straightforward. A $25 billion defense domestic industry, a $5 billion export opportunity, and technological sufficiency in all futuristic domains. What are thus the imperatives to make this happen? Thanks to the accelerated reforms carried out in the last 4 or 5 years, the policy mechanisms are in place that will also encourage us to contribute to invest risk capital in developing indigenous capability and products with 100% ownership of intellectual property in futuristic domains such as electronic warfare systems, precision warfare, cyberspace, unmanned aircrafts, other autonomous systems, and many other things to come. One important lesson the COVID crisis and the ensuing aggressive rollout of India's vaccination drive has taught us. Nothing can beat being self-reliant or having indigenous production capabilities and owning intellectual property. Will place our country ahead of others. It is true in healthcare. It also holds true in defense. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. May I please request Nitin to present a memento to Shri Kalyani. Thank you very much. May I request Shri Kalyani to join us among the audience. And finally, we have reached our concluding session, an interaction with General Manoj Pandey, Chief of Army Staff. He had joined us a while ago. I call upon him. In his 4 decades of distinguished military career, General Pandey has tenanted important and challenging command and staff appointments in different operational environments. The General Officer has served as Chief Engineer in the United Nations Mission in Ethiopia and Eritrea. He was Commander-in-Chief, Andaman and Nicobar Command from June 2020 to May 2021, and General Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Eastern Command from June 2021 to January 2022. I now hand over the session to Nitin.
Thank you, Nilanjana. I am conscious of the fact that we are at the fag end of the session. So far, it has been an excellent time-wise conduct of this session itself, and you've been an extremely cooperative audience, very receptive and very attentive audience in that sense. But I'm sure you would like to hear what the Indian Army Chief has to say about the current situation on the borders, on the global flux that is there. So let me begin straight away, General Pandey, by asking you, almost 16 rounds after the negotiations, the recent friction points between India and China have now seen or witnessed disengagement. So what after this? What are we looking at, and what is China looking at? What are the next steps on the border to reduce tension between the two countries?
Right. Thank you, Nitin. While we have made progress in terms of disengagement from friction points that you just mentioned, we still have two friction points where we need to move forward, and that we are hopeful as we move forward by talking both through the military at the diplomatic level. I'm sure we'll be able to find a resolution towards these two friction points. So that is our immediate aim, to disengage from these friction points before we look at the next step of perhaps de-escalation, which will involve pullback of troops and flights.
Yeah, so almost, if you can take it close, yeah. Almost 2.5 years we are going to complete of the tension on the Ladakh border. But that notwithstanding, India has sort of mirrored the deployment over these past 26, 27 months and has managed to sort of stop the aggression by China. Having achieved the disengagement, like you said, de-escalation is the next step, perhaps after the friction points are taken care of. But what lessons so far have you imbibed or taken from the standoff that happened in Ladakh, and how would you implement those lessons going forward?
Right. So if I were to mention a couple of issues, and the first and the foremost would be to maintain a high level of operational preparedness at all times,
right,
whatever be the situation. Second, what also adequately came about is the importance of infrastructure development, especially along our northern borders. And when I mention about northern borders, I'm also referring to the area opposite Arunachal Pradesh or the eastern sector besides Ladakh.
Right.
We also realize that there is adequate scope for infusion of new technology, and that is something which we need to leverage to enhance our ability to address challenges in the future. Fourthly, what also came out is that we also need to develop our grey zone capabilities. We need to have a strategy to be able to effectively operate in the grey zone, as well as build our capabilities in terms of what you require to operate in the grey zone.
Countering the grey zone tactics
Absolutely.
of the adversary.
Yeah. And the last one, in terms of our ability to mobilize troops, and that relates to the first point which I mentioned, that we need to maintain very high levels of operational preparedness at times. So these were, I feel, some of the key issues that we...
And you're working towards improving all of them, I'm sure.
Yes. So infrastructure is the first one which I mentioned. Now let me tell you, in the last 2 years, since May of 2020, a significant amount of enhancement in our infrastructure has taken place, especially in the context of Eastern Ladakh. In the last 2 years, we were able to create habitat for almost close to 35,000 of our troops in the form of 350 odd company modules, if you like. So that is something which we
Right.
Created. We also, you are aware, we had to induct our mechanized elements as well as additional artillery guns. So we created covered accommodation, covered garages for almost 450 odd tanks and hay vehicles, as well as about 350 artillery systems. So these were some of the, I would say, landmark achievements in a short span of 2 years that we were able to
achieve
this.
In
Yes.
fact, I remember going to exactly 1 year ago to Eastern Arunachal Pradesh. You were that time the Eastern Army Commander. And before that, 1 year before that to Ladakh. I think the logistics chain and the logistics effort of the Indian Army also really stood the test of time or rose to the occasion. So how are you going to take it further? Like you mentioned habitat, you mentioned the garages and the bases, forward bases. But logistics, of course, sustains the army. In that respect, what are the steps that you have taken?
Right. So one of the key issues that we are looking at is the forward road connectivity, because that would remain the mainstay of our ability to push in, we say, logistics as well as mobilize troops.
Right.
Now that is something which we are focusing on, and especially in the context of our eastern region, where the infrastructure, there's lots to be desired to be done. So we are focusing on creating our infrastructure, road connectivity right up to the border. B, have valley connectivity.
Right.
Because that
In Arunachal Pradesh,
that
yes.
is as important. Also bearing in mind the fact that most of these valleys have a single road axis leading up to the forward areas. So you also need to have alternate road axis or alternate road connectivity should the main one get disrupted for some reason. And the fourth aspect here is also the bridges. So there is a requirement to upgrade these bridges so that we are able to carry heavy load carriers and for logistics on these areas. So this was the road infrastructure, but equally important we realized was to develop and build our aviation infrastructure in forward areas.
For airlift and induction, faster
airlift,
induction.
both. I would say the strategic airlift for which you need larger runways.
Right.
But also equally important is the tactical airlift, wherein you need helipads in forward areas so that you are able to then quickly move in additional soldiers, additional troops in the areas that you require to make them available. So that's another area that we are focusing on. Third issue was also the post protection. To be able to protect ourselves, protect our assets against artillery fires, etc. So therein we have gone in a major way to have underground storage infrastructure, both for ammunition and certain other logistics elements. So these are the 3-4 issues. But I must also mention the tremendous support that we got from the Air Force, especially in the context of what happened in Eastern Ladakh.
Yes.
In a very short time, we were able to induct additional troops, heavy equipment, which I thought was very remarkable.
It was, in fact, it was a great synergized effort when we look back really. Moving away from the immediate implementation of infrastructure development and otherwise, you mentioned grey zone challenges. So in that respect, 5G, then big data, cyber, all that comes into picture because future war, we don't know which way it is going to go. Once we talked about, last year we spoke about what happened in Armenia and Azerbaijan. And from now we are talking about the land war in Ukraine and between Ukraine and Russia. So we can't really predict which way war is going. But yet, what is the progress as far as induction of 5G, the big data, cyber, and those technologies, the future technologies as far as Indian Army is concerned? If you can throw some light on that.
So you correctly pointed out, in fact, leveraging the niche technologies is towards our capability development, I would say has been one of the key pillars of our capability development program. And towards this, I will just highlight a few issues.
Sure.
And let me start by what we are doing in the field of artificial intelligence. And I'll just name 3-4 projects which we have, I would say, made fairly good headway. First, of course, is in terms of interpretation of satellite imagery. So that is the detection of objects, identification and comparison of satellite imageries, which we get in large numbers. So that is one of the areas that we have looked at. Second is to be able to sort of consolidate all the surveillance, reconnaissance and intelligence inputs. And as you are aware, we have a large number of these sensors. You have ground-based sensors, you have the aerial sensors. So to fuse them together so that you have a common intelligence picture is another area where we are banking heavily on the artificial intelligence.
Right.
In the context of what is happening in Jammu and Kashmir, we are also utilizing artificial intelligence for detecting suspicious vehicles. Now this we have hooked on to the database of the local regional transport organization, so that any alien vehicle, any foreign vehicle or any sort of strange vehicle you are easily able to pick up. Now these are some of the projects which I must say have made very good headway. Another area in terms of niche technology is the quantum key distribution, and I'm sure some of your audience is aware. Recently, as part of the IDEX projects, we were able to achieve about 119 kilometers in a single hop in the area of Ladakh.
That's quite a
yes,
long
so that
distance,
was,
yeah.
I would say, a significant step,
Right.
and we are now building on it. So that was the second area. In terms of unmanned ground vehicles, again, I think it was towards the end of the last year that we had, in one of our field firing ranges, we had almost 11 firms come up with about 27 solutions, and this is what we are again taking forward, either in terms of for detection of mines or for logistic drones and the likes. So these were the 2-3 niche technologies.
And all of these technologies are coming from Indian companies?
Of
Indigenous
solutions? Yes,
Hmm.
and large number of them have been part of the Innovation in Defence Excellence initiative,
Right.
of which I am sure in the earlier sessions
Yes,
you would have
we just
spoken
had
about.
in fact we had a previous session, but this is good to know because that is going to be the future technology. If Indian solution is available, that also means that if Indian Army inducts it after testing, and which is quite stringent, Indian Army's testing, then our friends, the foreign friends who are here, who are foreign defense attaches and advisors, I'm sure they will also look for that technology for their own armed forces if that is successful,
Absolutely, and I must admit here, and in fact, I'm happy to say that our startup ecosystem have stepped up in a major way, and I think there's tremendous potential as we move
Right.
forward and go ahead.
See, there is this feeling, or there is a perception, if I may say so, that the Indian Army soldier is not as technologically savvy as his counterpart in the Navy or the Air Force. But going by what you are now inducting and what you are implementing on the ground in terms of AI, machine learning, modern ISR technology, have you improved or increased the threshold of technology absorption of the Indian soldier in the past few years, you would say?
Yes. So there are two things, and I must mention here, as part of the new Human Resource Management scheme, Agnipath scheme,
right,
where you're looking at recruiting, youth soldiers who are ITI qualified.
Right.
So that is something which will, I feel, prove beneficial, because you will then have technologically adept youth coming into the army.
Right.
So that will help a great deal. But besides that, we are also conscious that this technology, be it operating drones, your counter-drone systems, these even infantry soldier in the future will have to operate.
Right.
So we have taken a number of measures in terms of carrying out this basic training as part of the training curriculum in our regimental centers at the recruit stage, and subsequently in the units as well.
Right.
So that has been our constantly endeavor to make sure that the technological threshold of an average soldier is certainly
good. And in that respect, you can take help of a lot of, as I think the Shekatkar committee report had recommended, simulation, machine learning, all that when the recruits come in. And because now the training period of the Agniveers is going to be shorter than your normal earlier training period. So in that respect, are Indian companies, Indian solutions coming to your aid in terms of improving or modernizing the training schedule or the training curriculum?
Yes, you rightly said, and one of the key issues in terms of implementing the Agnipath scheme is to reduce, or we've had to reduce our training period almost close to about 6-7 months presently, and that would mean that you have to bring in new methods, new technology in terms of our training curriculum. And simulators, I would say, is a good example. So simulators for our firing of small arms, simulator for driving, simulator for operating other systems, etc. So this is something which I feel there is good potential. And again, here I'm glad that there are a lot of companies who are stepping forward and they're coming up with tailor-made solutions to meet our requirements.
That's good to know, and this is the forum there where we speak about all that. But let me turn to some internal situation, internal in the sense situation in Jammu and Kashmir and our approach to management of the line of control with Pakistan. What is the current status? Is Jammu and Kashmir now in a state of peace that is partly disturbed by sporadic incidents? And do you still think that Pakistan is still pushing terrorists and is maintaining infrastructure for them to be pushed in from the other side into Jammu and Kashmir? What is the status currently?
Right. So let me start by saying that the situation in the Jammu and Kashmir is, I would say, well under control. And I think post the abrogation of Article 370 and the kind of whole of the nation approach that we adopted has resulted in a number of positives. A, I would say the violence levels have come down significantly. B, in the hinterland itself, you would have noticed the protests or incidents of stone pelting have again reduced. As far as the infiltration on the line of control itself is concerned, it has come down. But then there is the issue of the focus having shifted to our southern areas of the plains. And the narco-terrorism nexus is something that is now coming up to the fore, wherein some of the youth are now getting radicalized, getting motivated just to pick up odd weapons like a pistol and a grenade. So the focus now, I would say, from the other side is to give this insurgency or this movement an indigenous hue by making it appear as if it's a locally grown movement. And that is something which we are currently
watching.
Yes. And this has resulted in some more visible incidents happening wherein some of these people are targeting minorities. Some of them are targeting people who have come from outside Jammu and Kashmir to earn a living. So that has been one area of concern as far as. However, it is surprising that there is no let-up in the number of terrorists that you find either in the training camps or the launch pads. But within the valley itself, I would say things are looking good, under control, and as we move forward, I think it is only good that the development takes place, and I see good prospects for normalcy to return and people learning, starting living a good life there.
In Jammu and Kashmir, that's true. Let me sort of talk about what lessons. I'm sure the Indian Army is watching the war in Ukraine, the Russia-Ukraine war. What lessons do you see, broad lessons from that conflict?
Right. There are some very important lessons, but we'll be naive to just sort of replicate them and adopt, but we'll have to analyze them in our own context.
Right.
And the first and the foremost is this hypothesis that, wars in the future will either not take place, and for a number of reasons, no two nations will go to war in a classical or a conventional manner.
Right.
I think this hypothesis has been proven wrong. There was a second issue. We also talked that wars in the future will be short, swift, and swift. But that again, you're almost in the seventh month now,
yes.
and there is no let up, or things don't seem to be moving towards any resolution.
Right.
So that is the second. Third is the relevance of combat platforms in terms of tanks, the artillery, the long-range precision strike, and the rest. Whilst you have countermeasures to them, you had drones and other systems which were countering these heavier platforms. But the relevance of heavier platforms, I would say, would still remain. Fifth, it also brought about certain dimension that is a non-kinetic or the non-contact dimension of warfare,
Right.
be it cyber, be it information operations. So that is something, again, some very useful lessons came about. And lastly, and most importantly, I think Mr. Kalyani mentioned about the aspect of being self-reliant.
Absolutely.
The global effect on supply chains. I think it brought out loud and clear that we need to be self-reliant in being able to not only produce our own equipment systems, but also able to sustain them.
That's true. So one final question. You've now about 6 months into your tenure as the Chief of the Army. And you've taken over at a time of turmoil, the flux that is there globally. Going forward, apart from the challenge that we have just mentioned, China challenge, there is the Pakistan challenge. Is there a kind of plan, or is there a thought process in the Indian Army to modernize the Army little more swiftly in terms of induction of new technology, in terms of induction of future technology? What is the roadmap there? And that's my final question to you.
So to put it very in a broader context, we are moving from I would say a manpower intensive army to a more modern technological driven, Atmanirbhar, and a more agile future ready fighting force, so that you are able to meet the challenges across the entire spectrum of conflict in the future. And modernization has been one of the important pillars. And when you talk of modernization, there are 5-6 areas that we are distinctly looking at.
Right.
First is, of course, the lethality, wherein be it the artillery system, be it your tank, how do you go in for more precision strike in terms of accuracy, ranges, as well as the volume of fire.
Right.
So that is one. Secondly, the protection and the mobility. And that is where our upgrading of our tank fleet and our other infantry personal carrier fleet is something again we are looking at. Third is in terms of ISR again, and that is where our drones as well as the counter drone technology is what we are focusing on. Fourth is for an infantry soldier itself.
Yeah.
How do you empower him? And that is where you're looking at a integrated system where he has better protection, he's got better situational awareness, he's able to communicate better as part of a squad or a platoon, he's got a better individual weapon, and the likes. So that is one of the key areas where you want to focus on the infantry soldier itself.
Right.
And then there are other developments in terms of software defined radios in the communication field, as well as in the aviation you're looking at light combat helicopters, more potent platforms,
Right.
and the munitions. You're looking at loiter munitions. Some of these areas is what we are focusing on in terms of modernization. And again, Atmanirbharta is one major, I would say, component of our modernization efforts. And my colleague in the previous session, I suppose he would have adequately highlighted.
He did.
Giving facts and figures as
Yes.
to what has
What
been the outcome
stress
of,
that you are putting on?
absolutely,
Yeah,
yes.
that's true, absolutely. And I think this conversation is like an icing on the cake, because throughout the day we spoke about Atmanirbharta, self-reliance, collaboration, cooperation between nations. And I think you've given a great insight into what the thinking in the Indian Army is, and under your leadership, what's the roadmap is. Thank you very much for